This episode is brought to you by Midwest Night Watchers, found everywhere on your favorite podcast platforms.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Night Owl Lounge.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Wherever you are. I hope
Wherever
you're all
you
doing
are.
well.
I'm still saying hi to people in chat.
So am I.
You too?
So hi, everybody. Welcome in. Glad you all made it. Tonight, we got some more creepy history from Creepy History.
We have creepy history from creepy history.
Yeah. Today in Creepy History from Creepy History. I don't know.
Yeah, isn't that creepy?
Yeah. And we also have a column from Straw in the Wind from Gomer Bath. So this is going to be an original column from 1954. So we'll be reading that later on tonight. And so we got quite a few things to talk about, some weather things and
things. Creepy things.
Anything, everything, whatever goes on.
Creepy things. Well, I don't know how everybody is or where you live. Some of you down south got snow for the first time, or maybe the second time, but sometimes the first time. So if you're way down south, like Derek and Florida and all that whole area, I'm so sorry you have our snow.
Yeah, the one
we're supposed to be getting that we barely
one in the hand
panel.
The one up in the upper part of Florida's had 7 inches the other day, the most they've ever had ever, and it was still snowing.
That is unbelievable. Hi, Daryl. I might as well say hi to everybody else. There's Bigfoot Brown Dwarf. We've got you've got Aliens, which is Derek. We've got Patty, Tammy. Blazer was in here earlier, but I don't know if Blazer came back. Blazer, wake up. We have Ida. We have Bud Files. And that's it. Did I miss anybody?
I don't know.
If I missed, just stand up. I think I got everybody.
Yeah.
So if you got snow, I'm very sorry. If you're out where Brown Dwarf is, I am very sorry for the smoke and fires once again. Hey, Roger. It's finally warming up here. I got what, 28, 26, 28?
Yeah, but we had some wind, so it's always feel like 13, feel like 8. It goes up and down.
But it was nice enough to let the goats and chickens out, and they all went flying out. Even the goats went out. They've been cooped up for, I think, 2 weeks. And we went grocery shopping, and I mean, the zero weather is finally gone here.
I think everybody went out in our town today. We saw all kinds of people we haven't seen in a long time today.
Yeah, we even ran into our grandson running up to us in Dollar General, hugging us, saying, "Grandma, Grandpa." 15 years old, and he wants to hug us. I went, "Aw." So yeah, I ran into our oldest daughter and our grandson and all kinds of people we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, when you're cooped up for days and 0 degrees, below zero, what was the lowest? Negative 13? I think.
I think it got a little bit more than that, but that's the last I saw.
So yeah, 28 felt warm. When it gets in the 30s, it's really gonna feel wonderful.
Yeah, we got 40s coming up.
So we're slowly getting there. So all you out east, it is heading that way. There's Daryl.
Yeah. So like we
Roger.
said, we're sorry for everybody that's experiencing the wildfires in the new area tonight. That's devastating. It's reaching new communities and evacuating them. So our prayers are with them, and our prayers are still with North Carolina and Georgia and all those affected by the hurricane, and also Florida. Sorry, Florida, like Jane said, sorry.
Mhm.
Or maybe you're enjoying it. Maybe you like the cold. Maybe you like a little snow now and then. Make some
Well,
snow angels or play with the kids.
some
Make
of the
a
pictures that I
memory.
saw, we've got a bunch of friends down in Louisiana, and I saw a bunch of pictures of them and their kids, and they were just having a blast. They were loving it.
It would be fun. I mean, it'd be like us experiencing something new that we've never ever experienced or normally don't get. It'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I guess it depends on what it is, I guess.
Hey, Blazer woke up.
Blazer.
Blazer woke up.
So welcome in, everybody. Like we said before, we're glad you're all here. And like we said, we have a UFO history report from Jane's great uncle from a newspaper column that was regional and Gomer Bath and Straw in the Wind. And we're going to continue that series tonight. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, Catherine. Derek said it's insane. They shut everything down here.
Well, I mean, if you don't,
Yeah.
I mean, like us here in
They're not used
Illinois,
to it.
we're used to the winters and we have snow plows and salt trucks and
Right.
sand spreaders. And
So yeah,
some
we're
of us,
used to
you
it.
know, like we used to have 4-wheel drive and all-wheel drive in our vehicles. And so, I mean, it's just an every winter thing for us. But when you just all of a sudden get a surprise attack where it's normally sunny and pretty nice, then all of a sudden
Mhm.
you got snow and ice and all that. It's like, yeah, I could see where
It's
that
a
would wreak
shock.
havoc.
Yeah, it's a shock to your body.
I mean, just driving and they don't have the equipment to maintain their streets when it's snowy. So unless you have all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive by chance in Florida or somewhere.
Blazer. He said if we get dew in the windows, Florida shuts down.
Well, that's what my niece said about Tennessee when she grew up in Illinois as a kid and then moved to Wisconsin and spent all the harsh winters up in Wisconsin and then moved to Tennessee. Thought, oh, you know, and very nice, you know, going to be nice weather and stuff. And they got a little frost, a little trace of snow, and everything shut down. She goes, "Are you kidding me?" She goes, "I used to walk to school in worse stuff than this."
Yeah, drive 6-7 inches. You get used to it, just slow down.
I think she was more mad that the kids stayed home from school than everything being shut down.
Probably. And we get cold here, we just double layer. You got 2 pairs of socks on, you got 2 pairs of lounge pants, sometimes 2 shirts, you just double up.
Yeah, throw on an extra pair of Bermuda shorts and some knee-high socks, and you'll be good to go in Florida.
I don't know, here lately, I think the goats look at me with my big onesie and then the big giant hairy brown thing that I have, and I just have this little hole. They probably think I'm a Sasquatch walking in the barn feeding them. That's what I don't like, is bundling all up and boots and 2 pairs of gloves.
Yeah.
Yuck.
I don't know. I walked out to the mailbox with my sweatpants and sweatshirt on the other day when it was minus 13. Wasn't too bad. Of course, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. I just walked out to the mailbox and back. Well, fed the cat that showed up. Gave it some water.
Oh, the one that I released this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had the yellow stray, the only one that's friendly. Our little yellow stray. I got in that barn And he was out there for what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, he's held
Um,
captive.
we knew it was going to be bitter cold, and I knew, days are warming up. So I opened up the door and went, kitty, kitty, and he went running out. He was glad to be free today.
Yeah.
Poor guy. He's still a stray, but I did protect him from the bitter cold and gave him food every single night when I fed the goats and chickens. Derek is wearing onesies. Where did I miss that?
Oh. So yeah, we went along with Israel and all that, and so we freed our captive. We let him go. Maybe he'll come back and check back in when it gets down there again.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the weather, and
he might come back. He might recognize and say, "Hey, it was nicer inside when you guys had me in there on these cold nights, and might want to go snuggle against the goats or the hay or straw."
He's got a big round spot in the straw, like a little nest, so you can tell where he's been sleeping. So yeah, the yellow guy he's probably out on the porch now. I haven't checked, but he can sleep on the front porch like he was when
he's got a blanket.
But below zero,
we got a heated water bowl out there, and so.
But below zero is too cold. I felt bad for him, and if the other ones would warm up, I'd put them out in the barn. But he's the only one that we can pet. But he ain't coming in. He can be out in the barn. Hi, Scott.
Yeah, so we feel sorry for just like the deer and stuff. We put a little bit of food out during the winter sometimes for them so they can, especially on the bad winters, when we know it's going to get bad, we want to make sure they get some food before they have to hunker down for the storm, and so that way they have something good to eat and don't have to scrounge for it.
Welcome in, Latro. And Blazer, -60 in Canada. I think the worst I felt maybe -30. I don't know, but -60. That would be
I think like 5 years ago when the polar vortex came down, I think it was -30, -34 or something.
Yeah, that's
but we still went out and took care of animals and all kinds of stuff, even in that weather. So I mean, you just got to bundle up and do layers. And
that was the year my roosters got frostbite on their combs, because when it's that below zero, it can damage roosters' combs and wattles, and poor little guys. And
you just gotta limit your exposure to the wind. The wind is the tough part.
We survived.
But until those polar vortexes or whatever, when they named them, I don't ever remember that cold being a kid growing up in Illinois. I mean, I've been in Illinois my whole life, and I don't remember -20s, -30s. I don't know. Maybe I was just too stupid and didn't know what the temperature was, and
I just
was glad we didn't have school. I don't know.
I just remember getting a lot more snow when we were kids, but I don't recall really below zero. Not this crazy. Let alone down south.
I don't even remember getting out of school for the winter of 78, 79, when we had that big freak snowstorm. And then if we were already in school and the country roads would start drifting, they were afraid that the school buses wouldn't get home, get the kids home and get back, so they would let everybody out of school early. Of course, that was before e-learning too. We couldn't stay home and just do e-learning. When we were off, we were off, man. We were out playing, having fun in the snow, regardless of what they said.
The only other time I know that they were allowed to not be in schools when the Illinois River flooded, and they were allowed to help with sandbags and stuff like that. I remember that one year too, that down the Spring Bay, that area was really, really bad, and they said they didn't have to come, and they were down there helping with the flood.
Yep, I got out of school for those days, and I helped sandbag down at the Henry Marina and
So you guys
Lower
do.
River Road. So, and we actually got our picture in the Peoria Journal-Star.
Wow. You got that article?
I don't know where it is. It's probably out there somewhere. It's probably upstairs, and I'm sure Mom clipped it out, and it's in one of the books upstairs. But
Blazer says it's 18. Hey, we're finally warmer than Blazer. We're 25 right now.
wow, yeah, we're going to steadily increase until sometime, I don't know, next week, middle of the week, we're going to be up close to 40 for our high. Then it's going to start dropping down again.
Yeah, so the cold probably not done. But I'm glad it's 30s and 40s again.
Yeah, so all of us, not only do the farmer kids sometimes get out to help in the fields or whatever, at least when I was growing up, they still did. You could get excused to go work in the fields, if you had good grades and if it was important, for a family is something, especially when just like now in the community, when a farmer, an older farmer passes away and everybody gets together and does the field for them, helps out the widow, and everybody drives a grain truck or a combine or whatever, to get their field in for them, so they'll have money for that this coming, the next year or so. They would do that with high schoolers too. They'd let the farm kids out to go help the family, depending on what their circumstance was. And the few times that I got to go out was because of the sandbags. And
like Derek said, next week they'll be back in the 70s.
I think one year I got out of school to go help clean up after the Lower River Road flooded over and left all the garbage and crap on the road in the city park. We were able to go there and clean up.
Huh. Blazer said his girlfriend just went to Chick-fil-A in California. 2 combo meals for kids was $35.
Holy cow.
And when we had our 5 kids, and there was 7 of us, we all got dollar menus, and it was still, well, we got away with $30 back then, but I can't imagine having young kids now and trying to go to McDonald's. No way. You wouldn't be able to afford it.
I don't like it when us two go to McDonald's and
It's about that much, yeah. We're
about
paying $20 to $30.
Yeah, $30 for just regular combo meals. Of course, we don't go to McDonald's anymore though, but
No,
we go to other Culver's, Arby's,
Wendy's. I don't like McDonald's anymore. It's creepy.
Well, what should we start with first? What's everybody in chat want? You want?
How many creepy acres you got?
Yeah, we want. Well, I'm not going to do a bunch of them, but I got a few of them. Do you want? You want the cryptid report, or do you want the UFO report for today? Well, they're going to do both either way, so I decided to give you the opportunity to see which one you'd want first. So let us know in chat if you care, don't care. I'll just pick. Jane will pick, whatever.
Scott said he's got a whole pack of chicken patties at DG for only $6. Yep.
Yep.
It's not worth going to fast food anymore.
I like that though, but I mean, still, you got to wonder how good or healthy even the stuff in the stores when you buy those quick meals or.
Stevie B, how cold is it there?
Hi, Stevie. Oh, Stevie says paranormal report.
And Daryl said UFO first. Derek said cryptid.
I should have made a poll.
Yeah.
Would have been easier to keep track of.
Well, the first one was cryptid, then paranormal, and then UFO.
Well, I'm assuming paranormal and cryptid are the same thing. So you guys staying warm, Stevie?
She's 36 degrees.
Oh, that's pretty cold for
Yeah,
Florida.
it is cold for them.
They got, I haven't seen it yet, but have they got the honey pots out for the orange trees and stuff like that in Florida?
No snow, just rain. Well, we're finally out of the zeros and we're at 25 degrees, so it feels warm to us. I bet your 36 feels nasty. No snow.
Yeah. The Panhandle got it though, pretty bad.
43 in Austin. That's pretty cold too for Austin.
Well, let's see. What should we do? I guess we'll do Creepy Acres.
Creepy. Welcome in, Joe. 12 degrees in Baltimore, Maryland. Blazer. And Mogs is still in shorts.
Mogs is in shorts.
Probably. It was last night. I think it was it last? Yeah, it was last night when we were making fun of them, and it ended up being Bigfoot shorts. They were really cool shorts. Yeah, Mogs was in shorts last night.
Yeah, I know there's not a lot they can do for the citrus, but I remember seeing news reports before where they light those heaters in the citrus fields, a bunch of heaters. They look like those porch heaters that you'd find out on patios and stuff. They kind of look, some of them look like that, where they just radiate heat out, and they try to give as much heat
Oh, that's
to the
sad.
citrus fields as they can. But some of those citrus fields are so huge. Could you imagine how many heaters you'd need?
Wow.
So we're going to start with an article from Creepy Acres today in Creepy History for January 12th.
Mr. Heaters. What's Mr. Heaters?
Mr. Heaters, yeah. So the only reason I picked this one to start with is because Jane liked the picture. So we'll start with this little guy.
Oh, the little hairy fuzzy dude.
Yeah.
I thought he was cute.
Well, this is on January 12th, 2002. It says witnesses only once and unceremoniously dubbed the telepathic football. Wow. Telepathic football. This bizarre beast encountered by two teens in Chile is dripping with high strangeness. Was it an alien, mutant, unknown cryptid, interdimensional traveler, or simply a crazy misidentified mixed with fear? The encounter, still over 20 years later, remains a mystery as the day it took place. Keep it creepy.
Keep it
So
creepy.
now
Keep it creepy.
I'll bring up the picture that goes with it.
Still think he's cute. Hi, Freaky.
Freaky.
Freaky. And Roger.
So this is the picture that goes with it.
See, isn't he cute? You just want to go up and pet him.
So then it says, today in Creepy History, 12th of January, 2002, 11:45 p.m., Villa San Rafael, Kamala, Chile. Gene F. and Nelson C. searched outside for Gene's missing pet snake. When they try to see what they mistake for a stray dog about 30 meters away, hoping to scare the creature away, the two teens throw rocks at it. Instead, it stares at them defiantly and advances slowly with small rabbit-like hops. So it's saying hopped at you. Huh.
Or it hopped with duck feet.
Hey, you think it'd waddle?
Yeah, you'd think it'd waddle.
Then it stands up on its hind legs and starts to glow.
Oh my, it glows.
Yeah. The teens feel a strange energy, like an electrical shock in their stomachs. The bizarre beast is oddly shaped, like a rugby football with legs. The head looks like a large dog with a flat nose, like a bulldog's. The
Mm-hmm.
eyes are pale red and slanted.
Ooh,
Its short
pale.
arms have elbow and clearly end in three-fingered hands.
3-fingered hands, but webbed feet.
And a pushed-in face like a bulldog.
He does look like a bulldog or a pug.
Its hind legs are like a goat's, but end in webbed duck-like feet. Its hair is like a wild pig's, with longer hairs traveling down its spine. As the teens gazed upon it, Nelson suddenly hears a voice speak to him telepathically. Don't stare and just run away. Terrified, they comply. The telepathic football has not been reported since. So there you go. There's Today in Creepy History, brought to you by Creepy Acres. Go to creepyacres.com or find them on Facebook, and you can see these stories for yourself. But I enjoy the artwork and the stories that they write about it. So I like to share them. So this is from Creepy Acres.
Mr. Raccoon Duck Pug.
Yeah, he's cute. Look at him.
I think he's got a cute. See, he's smiling.
Yeah. So he has goat legs and webbed feet.
That's bizarre.
3 fingers.
3-fingered hands.
A smushed up face. Goat hair with longer hair on his spine.
Is that a mustache coming off his nose?
Either that or he's got fat jaws or something. I don't know. If he's supposed to be a pug, they got all that extra skin and stuff on there.
Joe wants one.
That'd be a cute stuffed animal.
I'm going to call him Tribble.
So there you go. There's a Creepy Acres for you.
Chinchilla pug.
I wonder why I was only saw once.
Yeah.
I mean, Bigfoot and Mothman and all those other ones, Goatman and Frogman and all them, they've been seen more than once.
Maybe he was a visitor on Earth and saw the teenagers and they scared him so bad he never came back.
Well, evidently, if he's telepathic and hops at people and scares them and tells them to leave, I mean, I don't know.
That one was a good one.
Hi, Cosmic Joe, Freaky Geek. Oh, I like these reports.
Hi,
They're
Banshee.
fun. They're fun.
Yeah, Banshee just came in.
Oh, hi, Banshee. Let's see. I'll have to see what the next date is. Let's see. That was the 12th of January.
Hello, Disciple. Welcome in. Yeah, most of them are kind of creepy pictures. I just thought, oh, that one looks like you can pick up and pet. And
This one's creepy.
uh-oh.
Oh, we actually read this one already.
We did?
Yeah, I did this one for that article I found in your mom's box about Mothman. So this is the exact same one for January 14th.
Welcome in, Susan.
So we'll do this one.
They all look
This
cute.
is the next date, January 16th, 2004, in Creepy History. It says Mexico is a land rich with marvelous mysteries and wondrous terror, legends and lore full of monsters and the unknown. But in 2004, one of those monsters became all too real for one young police officer. Sightings of flying humanoids is a riddle that has plagued Mexico for years. What are these impossible beings? Will we ever know? Until then, keep it creepy.
Oh, those things that kind of look like witches or whatever in Mexico.
I think so. Those.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember those videos. That did look like a human flying.
Now, some of them, I think I've seen videos where people have like drones underneath of them. But the real ones, though, I don't know what they would be.
Freaky wants to know if they ain't got any cell phone pictures. Well, I think some of those videos came off of cell phones when they saw them a few years ago, and they thought they were flying witches or something.
Yeah, it's just so hard though to tell if what's real and what's not. With
right, question everything.
So here is the picture for that one.
Oh.
So it says, today in creepy history, 16th January 2004, 3:15 a.m., Val de la Sila, Guadalupe, Nuevo León, Mexico. Officer Leonardo Samanigo Gallegos, 21.
We need Browndorf to read this. He can press.
Yeah, I know. I'm not very good at my Spanish. So he's age 21, is patrolling Vals de la Sila, a suburb of Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico. Just as his patrol car turns onto Alamo Street, a dark shape drops from a tree ahead of him. However, the object never hits the ground. Instead, it stops midair and hovers above the pavement. Bewildered, Samamango switches on his car high beams, revealing a floating object is in fact a woman in a black cloak. Oh, with what is that? With lidless, inky black eyes. Oh, so she didn't have any eyelids. It was just black.
Ew.
Wow. Her face twisted with rage. Instantly, the officer shifts the car into reverse and radios for backup. The dark entity rockets towards the car. It latches onto the hood with claw hands and slashes at the window. Reaching the end of the street, the patrol car crashes to a stop. It is unclear whether Samanigo is knocked out by the impact or simply faints. But the two police units and ambulance that soon arrive find the officer unconscious. Samanigo is in shock, but otherwise unscratched. He would claim his attack was a bruja or witch. Soon, Santa Catarina officer George Contreras, as well as two others from the Regia police force, admit that they too saw the same apparition just 3 days earlier, but hadn't reported for fear of ridicule soon. Even more witnesses come forward. So that was in January 2004. So that's pretty recent.
Well, yeah, it was a few years ago when they were starting to have all those flying things across the mountains and stuff. Wow.
So there you go. There's creepy history from Creepy Acres, January 16th, 2004.
Creepy.
So let us know in chat if you guys have heard of these stories, or this is the first time you've ever heard of them, or
wow.
So I think the stories are neat, let alone, they happen on certain days and we can bring them up if they just happen to correspond to the time of year when we're doing our shows. And I love the artwork. Whoever does the artwork for Creepy Acres is fantastic.
Well, it makes you wonder if they're still having sightings or they just stopped.
I have not seen any of those videos come out in quite a while, but I do remember when it was nonstop. People showing
there for a while.
Floating witches going up and down the roads and over houses and stuff.
They thought it could have been somebody on a jetpack. There were so many thoughts on that back then. Question, wonder if they are SSP experiments.
I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, could be.
So there's a book on it.
What's that?
Brown Dwarf says yes to Flying Witches of Veracruz. And then he points and says, good book also.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty fun seeing these. Some of these are the first time I've ever heard of them, and other ones I've heard of before and remember when they popped up. And but there is some bizarre ones in here that I have not seen. All right, so now what?
The 13-foot turkey vulture was terrifying. Might have been a thunderbird. I don't know.
What's that?
Joe said something about a 13-foot turkey vulture was terrifying. Might have been a thunderbird.
Brownsville, Texas, or what one are you talking about?
I don't know. Ask Joe.
I don't know. I'm just saying it out there. I'm not.
Now he's scared Brown Dwarf.
Oh. Because we read the two from 1976 is when Mothman first appeared. And they described it as a bird, a big giant bird instead of a Mothman. Although it had, they said it had human features and stuff, but mostly because of the big wings and they said it had a beak. That they described it later it comes out to be that they chose the name Mothman, or people started calling it Mothman, but original reports said it was a giant bird or looked like a giant human bird. Or
yeah, why Mothman? A moth is kind of small. To me, it looks more like a Batman. A bat, not a moth.
I don't know. I mean, I guess everybody describes things differently, and maybe that was a term that they thought would stick with people better, Mothman instead of Batman, because there was already a Batman on TV. And
well, maybe it is a real Batman.
Oh, well, never know. Could be.
We don't know.
Oh, Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you actually experienced it on the ruins of his greenhouse.
Yeah, 13-foot turkey vulture. Those things they can be big. And
we have big turkey vultures that fly around and show up trying to get the dead carcasses out of the field and stuff. And
we see them a lot.
Then also there's an owl, a great big giant owl. That's the biggest in the world that supposedly that can look human like and then have those great big long wingspans.
Jeez. Can you imagine running it?
So if you saw that in the dark and moonlight behind it or something, or some kind of creep, I mean, your imagination might run and you would think it's a Mothman. Well, let's see. Let's pick another one, I guess. Let's do.
Yeah, like Brown Dwarf said, Mothman makes me think of the Flying Witches. Yeah, could be capes instead of wings. Maybe it's a man moth.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's an adolescent moth. So this one goes way back. This one is January 17th, 1909,
Oh, 1909.
in Bristol, Pennsylvania. For 1 week in January of 1909, thousands of people in southeast Pennsylvania and western New Jersey were held in a grip of fear, terrorized by a seemingly supernatural entity. Although the Leeds Devil or Jersey Devil is often associated with New Jersey and its Pine Barrens, it has been reported spotted in the bordering states as well. On several occasions, it has even been seen flying across the Delaware River. So this is about the Jersey Devil. So let me get this picture enlarged and we'll show her.
We have a cryptid in the garden chomping on your chicken leg.
What?
Yeah. There's a possum out there. You can tell it's the chicken leg that you threw out, and he's out there gnawing on the chicken leg. Speaking of cryptids.
Yeah, we had rotisserie chicken tonight, and I finished everything except for down to the bone, and there was still some left on it. So I thought, you know what? They might as well enjoy it tonight.
Oh, he's enjoying it. But I can barely see him because it's snowing so hard. Are we supposed to be getting a lot or just...
I don't know. There's a few days this week that we're supposed to be getting snow, but I don't know how many inches or anything. But then it's going to get 40 degrees, so it ain't going to matter.
So far, it doesn't look like it's sticking. It's just snowing real heavy.
So this is another Creepy Acres Creepy History. January 17th, 1909.
Looks like a llama with horns.
It kind of looks like a llama, kind of a goat looking,
or whatever the other name of a llama is. What are those things?
Alpaca?
Yeah, alpaca. Oh, that's weird looking. With wings.
Got goat hooves or horse hooves and goat legs, or I don't know what it has. So it says 2 a.m. Bristol, Pennsylvania. Officer James Sackville is on patrol when neighborhood dogs began barking wildly. Now spooked, he continues his patrol along Bucketley Street. As he nears a small bridge and begins to cross, his unease only grows. Just then, movement below it, the bridge draws the officer's attention. Glancing down, he spots a winged creature with strange features. Frozen in terror, the officer watches the hideous creature begin to hop away. Oh, we got another hopper.
Oh, my gosh.
Begin to hop away. Sackville draws his pistol and charges the beast. This causes it to let out an eerie cry. I can't imagine charging it when you were already freaked out and I don't know. Anyway, it says he charges the beast. This causes it to let out an eerie cry, unfurl bat-like wings, and begins to fly away. Afraid it might escape, the officer empties his firearm at the creature, but it has no effect. Over the next 7 days, over 30 more sightings of the terrifying creature are reported. As newspapers begin to cover the encounters, panic seizes the area. Numerous schools and businesses close as people increasingly refuse to leave their homes of fear of the Jersey Devil. It would be dubbed a phenomenal week or the week of terror. Wow. So there we have the Jersey Devil. What was the other name?
So this was actually the Jersey Devil? Why aren't we seeing some of these same creepy...
Well, there's still reports of Jersey Devil in that area.
Yeah. I'm just talking about like early 1900s. We've seen some of these that isn't really common today.
Leeds Devil, Leeds Devil, or Jersey Devil.
Okay, Leeds Devil.
Well, I guess Jersey Devil is the one that I always hear.
Yeah.
So there you go. 17th of January, 1909, Bristol, Pennsylvania, and today in creepy history.
Is that a hook-nosed bird on his shoulder? No, I think that's
No, I
his,
think that's
his
the
wing.
tip of his wings.
But it does have like little hooks.
It does have like little claws, yeah.
Yeah.
And didn't pterodactyls and birds like that have the same kind of feature?
I don't know.
I think they had their and just like bats, the bat wings, they have their hands or their paws at the end of their wings, and
And does this have 3 fingers also, like a lot of cryptids? And that looks like 3
no,
fingers and a thumb.
well, no, I don't know. Yeah, it must have 3 fingers and a thumb on that picture anyway, and it's obviously a drawing, so there we go.
What, Tammy?
Oh, a police officer was shot.
Yeah. In San Antonio. An ongoing situation. Oh my goodness. And I'm over here watching the brand new fire.
I'm afraid that's going to probably happen a little more as ICE and the deportation and people start getting afraid, and they're gonna start retaliating or fighting back. They don't want to go or don't want to get captured. So,
oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, stuff like that's going to start happening. So.
Yeah, like Brown Dwarf said, a lot of pew-pews out here. Yeah, a lot of things going on with snowstorms and fires and my goodness.
I don't remember when the first time Chupacabra was mentioned. I know I read about it in school. So I'm going to say probably the 70s. Is probably when I became aware of it, but it could be an old. I mean, it could have went back way back as far as I know. The goat sucker.
Oh my goodness, Tammy, that's sad.
One pterodactyl came in and out of a portal across the railroad tracks years ago, the same day when I saw the turkey vulture. Wow.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow. You think the portal?
What show were we watching when that guy came on and talked about that giant bird that was out by a light or something? Remember that? I don't care what show it was, but I just remember watching a show and they came on and started talking about this big giant vulture, huge. He said it was like 6 feet tall or more. And
yeah, I don't remember what show it was.
I don't care what show. I was asking if you remember.
I do kind of remember something like that. Yeah,
that reminds me of this when he saw that huge giant bird, and it looked like it had different body parts, but it was definitely like a huge vulture shaped head and giant wings, and said it was like over 6 feet tall. And
oh my goodness.
Maybe it was Cosmic Joe. Maybe he was the one that got on somebody's show and talked about it. But somebody just popped in on. They let him come on and talk about it. I can't remember whose show it was, or
I don't remember. We've been on YouTube for so long.
I know all the stories. I'm starting to.
Oh, don't worry about it, Tammy. There's a lot of things going on that we get off subject.
Well, we were talking about wildfires and snow and North Carolina hurricane. So,
well, speaking of the fire,
we try to stay positive, but I mean, stuff happens, and we're sorry, and so we're going to pray for the police officers and the federal agents and the people. Hopefully, the people at their looking for or in search of doesn't go lead to violence. I hope it all works out and maybe they can be apprehended and then get into the system for them to legally come into the US. That's what I think the best part about it would be, is that no violence and maybe get them on the right track to come in legally and
And,
become an American citizen.
and speaking of prayer list, everyone add Heidi Pop to your prayer list. She was evacuated today. Their house is in danger tonight or tomorrow, or those fires are very bad. So it is Heidi Pop's area of this new fire. And they did get out safely, and she's at an aunt's house tonight, and her 2 kids and the dog. So please pray for Heidi's house.
And also Bigfoot Dwarf is still out there in
Mhm.
LA. So I mean
He's keeping us updated.
but I mean, I'm just saying nobody in California in that whole area, that LA
Mhm.
basin and that area is really safe until the fires
yeah.
are completely put out and the winds die down and stop. I mean,
Well, like Brown Dwarf
and
said earlier,
Robin M.
Brown Dwarf said earlier tonight, it seems like the fires are almost like, surrounding is, there's so many, but this is a new one that started like 11 o'clock this morning, something like that. And I think it's like 9,000 acres already. I mean, this thing's going fast.
So as far as we know, Heidi's house is still okay. We haven't had a report yet, but they did have to evacuate, and fires were getting close or looked like they were starting to head towards that area. But we can't say that it did, or we don't know yet. But Heidi said she would keep us updated, and she and her and the kids
And the
were
dog.
on their way to a relative's, and her husband, the giant, was going to follow as soon as he buttoned up things at home and take care of stuff that needed to be done before the roads were all closed. So we're praying for them, and obviously Brown Dwarf, Bigfoot Dwarf, and Robin M, and anybody else that's
Latchkey,
being affected. Latchkey.
Blazer's girlfriend. So yeah, we know quite a few out there.
And if you're not affected by the wildfires, you're definitely being affected by the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got chemicals in the air, you got firefighting chemicals that are mixed in with that, and you got just the carcinogens from burning forests and woods, and probably I'm assuming there'd be other stuff in the forests, that could be plastic or garbage or whatever. You never know what's out there. And
Yeah, and you're welcome, Brown Dwarf. Yes, last update we got from Heidi, she could have been at the aunt's house 20 minutes earlier, but they keep detouring them different roads and stuff. So I haven't had an update that she actually got there. She probably did. We just haven't had a recent update the last few hours, but we know that she did get out before the roads were closed and stuff. She said with a full car, 2 kids and the dog.
yep.
So we just need to pray that they don't lose their house.
So if everything works out okay for LA, we have Bigfoot Dwarf and Latchkey actually coming on our show Sunday.
Yay.
So as long as their areas and everything holds out and they still have power and all that fun stuff that happens with the wildfires, you never know. Sunday night, 6 p.m. Central on Midwest Night Watchers, Latchkey, Hustle, and Bigfoot Dwarf will be on, and we're going to talk about the UFOs and drones and orbs that are appearing in the sky all across everywhere, especially in their area, because they got some good footage and captures of what's going on. Because you'll see, even on the news, I mean, I've sent some pictures and videos of Bigfoot Dwarf of all of a sudden there'll be a newscast showing the airplanes dumping the chemicals or water on the fire. Then all of a sudden somebody will point out and say, what was that? This zip by. So there's all kinds of those videos popping up. So that'll be Sunday, 6 p.m. Central on our channel.
Yeah, I want to try something new that I saw the other night, but it might freeze up our camera.
Uh-oh. Now
You're supposed to go boom, and you're supposed to have fireworks behind you. So I don't know how the person did it, but it was one of the special effects. Hey, it's not doing it. I was
It
going to
might
try to
just, it might depend on what kind of camera you have, or because the ones that you do is specific for our camera and features, or maybe for our browser. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, he mentioned it's an Apple feature, and I went, oh, that's another one. We just know about 3 of them.
Oh, you're on Apple, so
I know. So I was trying to make the fireworks happen, and it's not happening. He did this. He
maybe
went like boom.
point your fingers up more or something, or move them around, or I don't know. It's not working. Whatever it is, you just look crazy.
Oh well. Our chat knows I'm crazy. I'm not normal.
So I hope
Wait an
everybody
hour for my
enjoyed
birthday.
the creepy
Tammy, your birthday's
history.
tomorrow?
What?
Tammy's birthday's tomorrow?
Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Did you bring us cake?
Let's give her some balloons.
Happy birthday. That's the thumb, right?
I
No.
don't know. It's your
Peace
camera.
sign. See,
See,
nothing's working tonight.
Nothing's working, so you don't even know if maybe the fireworks do work, but nope, not doing it.
Maybe it's broke.
Maybe it's broke.
Happy birthday.
So happy birthday, Tammy.
Nope, the oven's not working. Quick, somebody make her a cake. Happy birthday.
So I hope you guys all enjoyed the pictures and articles from Creepy Acres. I think they're fun and awesome to do. So I enjoy them myself. So I hope you guys do too. And here in a little bit, we'll dig out an article from 1954 on UFOs from Jane's great uncle that wrote a news column called Straw in the Wind in a regional newspaper in our area. So we'll switch over to UFOs here in a little bit. But until then, whatever you guys want to talk about, we will talk about or bring up in chat. There.
Oh, I got
Everybody's giving fireworks and happy birthdays. So there you go.
We are getting loud booms out here also. Could be fireworks, but man, it's loud. You mean right now, Brown Dwarf? That's not good. Are you at the shop or are you at home? The last thing you guys need is more fireworks. Come on.
Well, it could be stuff from fires, and you never know if it, because there was at one point I saw it looked like it was getting close to some factories on that one ridge. So I mean, it could be explosions from that, or transformers going, or if it crosses the highway and hits electrical poles.
It was getting close to a paintball area, paintball, one of those game areas or whatever.
Hi, Firewater.
I have Firewater, and Big Dwarf, Bigfoot Dwarf. I'm still not used to that.
I know.
Dwarfy is at home. Okay.
All right. Maybe the kids will calm down early tonight. You can go on earlier than 3 a.m. in the morning for us. I try to stay up. I just can't do it. Not past 3 a.m. If I stay up past 3 a.m., I'm going to be up till almost all day the next day.
I'm up sometimes when he pops on. Some nights I've been going to bed kind of early. Other nights I'm awake and I'm up till like 4 or so. I'm going, okay, Brown Dwarf, I can't stay up. I'm going to bed. It's 4 in the morning.
Hi, May. Hope there's not anybody I missed.
Whatever. Gee, you call me whatever works best for you. I'll just call you Dwarfy.
Dwarfy.
Be Dwarfy.
So I hope I haven't missed anybody that snuck in on us in chat. I think I've said hi to everybody. I
think the last one was May that came in. You're not falling asleep right now, Blazer. Wake up.
Blazer.
Blazer, wake up.
Don't make us sick.
Wow.
Jersey Devil or whatever that fuzzy football shaped thing was. Telepathic football. Well, we've talked about weather. We've talked about a few cryptid reports, and we're getting ready to do Jane's family's UFO report here in a little bit. Other than that, it's just been general chit chat about everything. Oh, I got a weather thing. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Didn't. So I saw this the other day that happened in Chicago, and I thought it was very interesting. So this was shown online in Chicago. That's obviously Lake Michigan. That's the Chicago skyline, and it looks to me like round ice patties or like what lily pads would look like, but these are made of ice, and they're all over the shoreline there at Lake Michigan. And now I've seen the pictures where they've had the rolling ice, they've had the ice balls off of Lake Michigan, but I don't think I've ever seen these shapes before in Lake Michigan. So I thought that was interesting and pretty cool. And look how, I mean, they look like perfectly round ice pizzas, or what lily pads would kind of look like to me. But now I don't know if they're spinning or circling around, or
I still want to know
how they were formed, or but that's
Yeah.
this is just such an I just love this picture though. You got the skyline and beautiful ice colors on Lake Michigan, and the sky and everything just matches so nicely. But
what is making the circles?
it's so bizarre how these are all circular.
Ice pizza.
It is. It looks like ice pizzas.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, Clay. Welcome in.
Good show tonight. Or good mini doc, or whatever you want to call them. It's not really a show. It's not a podcast.
Who doesn't like Cheech and Chong?
Dave,
I hear, man. I always like that song, or on their LP, the Earache My Eye, where he's playing the loud music, and the dad comes in to tell me, he needs to get ready for school and get going. And the kid says, I got an earache. And he goes, I'll give you an earache. He's earache my eye. You hear him smack the kid on the butt, spank him. He goes, oh, what was that, man? A butterfly? And then the dad, you can just hear the dad get more and more mad and keeps hitting him harder till finally the kid's like screaming by the end. Okay, I'll go to school.
Hi, Catherine. She just sneak in? Well, she's been here.
No, I think Catherine was here earlier. I think we said
hi to Clay's the last one.
If we haven't, hi, Catherine.
And Clay's the one that came in last. Yeah, that's still weird. The ice. Why would it be such a perfect circle?
I don't know.
That was really weird.
Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here. Aw, did you just hear from her, Blazer?
Well, good.
Good. Okay.
Oh, let's see. Well, did I get one?
No, just Thank you for the update, Blazer. Good.
We got a snow report though. It says snow expected to end overnight.
And overnight.
Well, that wasn't very. I didn't know it started. Did it start yet?
Yeah, it's been snowing. I can barely see the garden. I mean, it's coming down really good. It's been coming down for a while. It is starting to look like it might be sticking a little. But yeah, I'm glad Heidi's safe. We just need to pray for their house.
Yeah.
She said the giant is texting her, making jokes. Is he still there, Blazer?
Well, if you can still get out and the fire's not their houses yet, they can't make. They can't make you leave. So maybe he's sticking it out till the absolute last minute. So I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, we need to pray for Giant too. If he's still there. He said yes, but he's safe. All right. He must still be there hosing down the house and stuff. Oh my goodness.
I don't have any chemtrail updates, but Brown Dwarf or Bigfoot Dwarf shows chemtrails and stuff all the time on his channel when he steps outside and shows, the airplanes and flybys and everything else he catches. He shows the chemtrails, but
it's been cloudy here. We don't know if there's been chemtrails. It's been cloudy.
No, it's just been dark and dingy and
normal Illinois winter weather.
The sun tried to pop through all the haze and everything today, but no fog, no mist, so that's good. None of the creepy fog lately, so what else we got going on in chat? Anything? So what else you guys been seeing in your area? You guys been seeing chemtrails in your guys' area? We know Bigfoot Dwarf has, and any drones, any orbs, anything in the skies?
We've been below zero, no cryptids or nothing around here. There's been a boring activity. Too cold.
Is our snow normal? Here lately it has been, but at the beginning of the year we had some weird snow. We had looked like fake snow. It almost looked like
styrofoam.
Well, we had the little styrofoam balls that beat it up all over the place. Looked like little BBs, little pellets. And then we had a snow that looked literally like a box of instant mashed potatoes, like the flakes that you would make your mashed potatoes with. So we had that, and we had the styrofoam balls. But other than that, it's been normal. But we didn't go outside when the fog had hit. Then it snowed because like Jane told me, don't go out and do the driveway, so we didn't have to go nowhere. So just let it sit, because chances are if there was any chemicals floating around the air from the fog or the mist or chemtrails, it would be down there in the snow. So I left it alone, and we ended up getting 40-degree weather within a few days after that. So it melted anyway. So that was good. Latro, you were in the Midwest for 35 years?
Oh.
Wow, cool. I guess that was cool. You said that was enough, though. I've been here in the Midwest my whole life, so I don't know anything different. I have visited. I've been to Florida and Georgia and.
Yes, don't let the kids eat the snow. Or not even playing it, because I think all the chemicals and stuff that was in that fog and stuff was down in the snow. And that was part of their plan too. You go outside and you're still breathing it in because it's in the snow.
Blazer would like to thank the weatherman for the 6 inches of partly cloudy on my driveway.
Yeah, it's just like after you have a bunch of chemtrails and then it rains and it looks like we got dirty rain. And it's on our cars.
Yeah.
So same thing with snow.
Had a bird event. Oh,
Wes, was that
wow!
Wes?
Like the bird movie Hitchcock's. Did they attack anybody, or did they just congregate? We saw a bunch of starlings, but that's normal for us. But maybe not this time of year. I think they're a little earlier than this. But we saw a huge flock of starlings that were congregating in a parking lot while we were out shopping.
Damn, Blazer, you're right. When it melts, it's going to be in the water supply.
Oh, Latro City was in Indiana for a span of 4 years. Indiana's nice.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot like Illinois.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. I mean, it's kind of weird how like we have some stuff like in common with Iowa. We have some stuff common with Wisconsin. We have some stuff in common with Indiana and the other surrounding states of Illinois. There's a little bit of culture that kind of leaks in on, So I think that's across the whole U.S., depending on, people moving in and out and being close to the borders. You kind of go from one side to the other. Sometimes families do. So you kind of get a little mixed culture brought in from the surrounding states. So that brings up an interesting question, since we got people from all over here. Do we have an accent? I don't think I have an accent. I don't think I have a Chicago accent. I've never lived in Chicago, but I've lived my whole life here in central Illinois, kind of close to northern Illinois, but more central than anything. So do I sound like a Chicago person, or what you think somebody from Chicago would sound like, or do I have this general American? What do you think, guys? Can you detect an accent?
I've been told that I have a Midwest accent.
Oh, I'm sure I say some words that are associated with Chicago or a Midwest.
Well, I moved to Arizona for 1.5 years when I was younger, and I had several people come up and say, "Where are you from? Midwest?"
Blazer wants to know what the clock says for temp.
Yeah, it was at 11:11. The date is 1/22, and it's down to 69 degrees.
But every once in a while, you do have the heater on in that
Right.
room.
Yeah, I turn the heater off because it scares the dog.
But when I sat over there, it would get like 65, 66 over there.
And the numbers
you were upstairs and I was downstairs.
Oh yeah. And I'm still seeing 11:11, 1:11, still seeing 3:21, 1:23, 1:32. I'm seeing those numbers quite a bit. And yes, your crazy clock matches with the dates at times. I saw, what was it one? Yeah, it was 1:21 last night, and the date was 1:21. I went, will you stop it? No, it was 1:22 and 1:22. It was
so
right before I went to bed.
So May says a little bit. Catherine says no. Blazer says yes. Stupid Midwest accent. Latro says Cleveland has a nasal accent, hard to describe. I've listened to podcasts where people show examples of all the accents and how they sound and what words they specifically use that are different from other parts of the country in the US, because really the whole country is so different from one coast to the other, from north to south, the east to west. You can get so many different accents and words that other people don't use, and it's a cool rabbit hole to go down. You sound like a sane American. Yeah. I guess that depends on who you talk to. I was just told today that I was kidding around with the checkout girl, the cashier lady, about because she was in school when I was in school. And I said, yeah, what do I get? I think the honorary I get. And she goes, well, I notice you're dressing just like your brother now. I had bib overalls on today. My brother likes bib overalls. At least here within the last few years, he started wearing bibs. But I used to wear bibs all the time as a kid.
I wore them in high school. We had a thing, you wear them every Thursday.
Yeah, is it khakis or khakis?
Khaki? I think it's khakis.
I know, but khakis is a pants, or is it khakis is in car keys? If you're in Boston.
That reminds me of something.
I was just curious. It was just, I just know that when I hear other people's podcasts, I can definitely hear accents from other people. So I didn't know what other people thought of how we speak, whether they thought we were Midwesterners or have a weird accent. Because I know when I'm on a like Andy Decode show in UK, they like my voice just because I'm American, where they tend to speak with an accent, and it's harder for them sometimes to speak clearly for a US audience, or so once in a while I'll do a voiceover or record a paragraph or whatever sentence they want me to do, and they throw it in their intro or during a segment. So I like doing that. That's fun. So that was the first voiceover I ever did, was for Andy Decodes there in the UK, Alienate UK.
Alienate UK. That's so funny.
Alienate.
Brown Door says he loves his overall Carhartts, but he don't wear them in the city usually.
I got a thick pair of winter insulated Carhartts, the bibs, and then I got the jacket and stuff to go over top of it, but I hardly ever wear them because when I'm shoveling snow, I get too hot. And then by the time I get inside, I'm all sweaty, and then I'm more miserable than if I just went out there, faced the cold with a couple layers, with like a couple t-shirts or an insulated shirt and a sweatshirt or something, and just take it easy and just shovel and be done with it. Then I don't get as hot or as sweaty or as miserable.
I didn't get the bibs. I got the big onesie, the Carhartt snowsuit. I am all bundled in.
See, that's the thing. I don't do a UK accent. I just do I just speak American or my normal voice because they like hearing it because it's not UK. That's why Andy and them like it. So I guess I have a generic voice that they can understand compared to, I mean, you get Cockney and all kinds of accents from the UK some of it is kind of hard for us as Americans or not used to it to hear, but I tend to do pretty well with accents and words. I don't know why. I had a Vietnamese friend at work that was almost nobody at work could understand him, but I guess I was around him so much I knew exactly what he was saying. I tend to do really well with languages. I don't know why. Can't speak a lot of them, but I can usually pick out a word or two here, or if I see it written, I can tell what word that it is if I look at it long enough. But I suppose if I was gonna speak for the UK, what's up, governor? That's all I got. And they don't even say that. They say mate. They say mate a lot. Just like Australia. Actually, they know you're a tourist if you say, what's up, governor, to them, because nobody there says that. That's only in the movies. I saw online where the Swedish and Norway special teams that spend a lot of time out in the winter on patrols and stuff, they wear a mesh. It's real thin hulled mesh, so it can wick moisture and still keep in some heat, but yet let moisture out. And they say that's the best undergarment. And the same thing with their socks. They have a mesh sock that they put on first, and then they put their thermals on, which is the mesh, and then they put another a layer on that. Then they put their heavy stuff on. And it makes sense now because upstairs in one of my closets, my mom's family was from Sweden, and there actually is a mesh tank top up there from Sweden. So I'm assuming that's because of the climate up there. I'm not sure. Yeah, I knew you were teasing, but it's still fun to do, though. I actually do not drink.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was kind of like, how much you want to bet? Because I know I'd win.
I have drank.
My husband does not drink.
I have drank. I have had beer and I've had liquor, but not to extremes. I mean, there has been times, I guess, occasionally when I was younger, but
your younger days, but not since we've been together.
But I'd say definitely the last 20 some years, I haven't had hardly a sip of alcohol, maybe a little bit of a wine cooler or a taste of a wine or something, but beer, no. Hard alcohol, no.
But we do smoke cigars.
Yeah, I do. I do still smoke. I used to smoke Marlboros, and I quit that a long time ago, and quit smoking for 11 years, and then started smoking cigars every now and then. And now little cigars or sweets are our favorite cigars, and Jane smokes vanillas.
It's pipe tobacco.
So we'll puff on. Yeah, it's Captain Black's. Captain Black.
We'll get a strike. No.
I don't care. Let them.
I do the Madagascar vanilla.
So they're just puffing cigarettes. I mean, we do naturally, eventually you do inhale it, but I mean, you're supposed to just puff it like a cigar.
Well, you can inhale these better because they're filtered. They look like a cigarette. Now, inhaling a regular cigar, yeah, you'll choke.
Well, he doesn't smoke and we don't drink, so I guess it's even.
And he
eventually I'll probably quit smoking again.
And he doesn't even drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee, but I do. I am bad with soda though. Soda is my favorite. So I guess between smoking little cigars and drinking soda, and I did do good for soda for quite a while. I was having one or two a day, and then I went down to one and almost nothing. But that was when the kids were here, so we still would go out to eat, and we'd still get fountain drinks when we ate. But I do like my tea. I like raspberry tea. So my non-carbonated or soda preference is raspberry tea. But eventually I will quit smoking again. But I don't drink, and so I hopefully I don't pick up a different bad habit to replace the one I get rid of. But I do need to cut down. I do need to cut down again on soda. I'm not getting fat necessarily, but I just know it's bad for you. It's a lot of sugar intake. Well, I did see a study though that said sugar actually you do have to have a certain amount of sugar, and sugar is good to you. It might not be the
Hmm.
4 million grams of sugar in a soda, but
Right. But yeah, stay
you do
away
have,
from.
just like everything else, you do have to have you do have to have salt intake, and you do have to have sugar intake for your body. So now moderation is good, but I can't necessarily say that I do that in moderation as far as soda.
But yeah, stay away from sugar and processed foods, and we need some carbs. Just try to stay away from some of the carbs.
I drank RC cola as a kid. And then when RC, then mom would buy Pepsi for us in the bottle, the glass bottle. We would have Pepsi in a glass bottle when it was on sale. Otherwise, it was always RC cola. And then my whole life, I drank Pepsi products. I would drink Coke, if the restaurants had Coke, if that's all they had to offer. But my favorite was Pepsi. I just liked Pepsi my whole life because that's what I was basically raised on. But since we've been married, we've switched to RC. So I drink
Well,
RC.
it was Pepsi at the beginning, but then RC was always cheaper.
Yeah, RC was really cheap and it tastes good and it's not quite as sweet as Pepsi. So I don't have RC and moon pies, but Jane did buy moon pies today.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I did buy moon pies. They're
You
upstairs.
did.
Yeah. And I got Valentine jelly beans.
Big Dwarf said he'd let me know if I start getting fat. I'm still pretty good. My stomach's still it's not a six pack anymore, but it's still pretty firm and still pretty good, and I'm doing pretty good.
Since I lost a bunch of weight several years ago and kept it off, I'm pretty good too.
I used to get my exercise by going out and wrestling this guy, this big giant moose of a goat. Me and him would have pushing matches. He would lower his head like he was going to ram you, and I'd put my hands out and I would push against him, and he'd push against me, and we'd have a little war to see who could push who the farthest across the barn or in the animal pen. And he would get mad if I pushed him hard enough and started winning.
Well, I used to pull his tail, and he'd turn around and get up on his hind legs when he was younger, and like, "Don't you do that, Mom?" And I went, it was fun pulling his tail.
And he did not like his butt slapped. If you just gave him a little tap on the butt, boy, he would chase you. He didn't like it. It was game on then.
You see what
I do miss Clyde because I had fun playing with
Yeah.
him.
He was a special boy. I can think about him now and look at his pictures without bawling my eyes out.
Now,
Blazer,
it is exercise trying to lasso the goats to trim their hooves and do all that fun stuff and brush them out. So it is still exercise doing that. But Clyde was my favorite to play with. Every day I'd go out there and pushes on his head and have a pushing match. So that was always fun.
did you see what Blazer said? The first time I sniffed coke, I almost drowned. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same with me, Blazer. If I push hard enough when I tighten my stomach, I can still feel the six pack, but it has a little layer on it.
Blazer, you mean it turned into a keg?
Spare tire. They used to call it spare tire all the time.
Yeah, I still got a belly. I'll always have a belly, even though I lost a bunch of weight.
So we're not prime specimen physique wise, but we're still healthy for 60 some years old and still get some exercise with the animals, and we go on hikes every now and then and do some work around the house. I would say that Jane probably does a lot more than me. I tend to gravitate towards the chair and the YouTubes and down the rabbit holes. And
Yeah, when I hear you get up, walk around, I'm going, what?
What's that noise?
He's up out of his chair.
What? He's still alive?
Whoa, he's not sleeping.
I can picture you down there saying, what? He hasn't died yet? What the hell? So yeah, health-wise, we're doing really good. Exercise, a little bit of animal and fresh air now and then when we can get out, as if the weather will let us, and the whatever else is in the air will let us get out, because there's a lot of days that we don't feel it's safe to go out, so we don't go out except for to take care of animals.
Yep, I bundle up, take care of the animals, and I'm right back in the house. And today we finally got out after 2 weeks of being hermits and stocked up on our own groceries and snacks. We were almost out of bread.
So yeah, you can find me and Jane in and out of everybody's chats and all day long usually, because that's what we're doing. We're just hanging out, watching YouTubes or surfing the internet and finding.
It kicked in early.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's now everyone.
It's only been an hour and a half.
Come on. It
Oh,
usually
it'll
goes at
go.
around 2 hour mark.
It'll go away here in a little bit.
That is so weird. I know it's too people-y out there.
Two people out there. Was a lot of people out today. I mean, I think everybody took advantage of this getting close to 30 degrees and getting out instead of the sub-zero.
Well, the other day the high was 6. Yeah, nobody got out the last few days. Everybody just stayed home. And today was warm. Everybody got out.
So I'm usually watching black and white comedy movies or just classic movies. I mean, I watched 3 of them yesterday, I think.
And I told you, I come upstairs and walk through the room and I see black and white out of the corner of my eye. It's like a time slip.
I like old black and white movies. I watched a Charlton Heston black and white frontier movie where he played Andrew Jackson before he was president, and he was a frontiersman, Indian fighter. That was a real good movie.
Look who popped in. Rosie.
Hi, Rosie.
Yep, she's getting an echo there. It'll go away in a few minutes. Gosh darn it.
We'll just ignore it. I can't figure it out. It happens. I don't, like Jane said, it's early tonight. Usually when it's about almost 2 hours, like 10 minutes till going on 2 hours for streaming. Then all of a sudden it pops in, and we never had it before. So I don't know what caused it. I haven't changed any equipment. I don't know. Did it go away? I don't hear it no more. Does anybody else hear it?
I always hear a slight echo anyway because we're.
I know, but I'm not hearing it. Usually I can hear it when it starts. I don't hear it.
Yeah, I think it's done now.
I don't know. Oh, well. Oh, it's back.
Little gremlins.
I thought I just heard it again. I don't know. Yep. Thanks, Rosie. Love you. Glad you came in.
How's your weather? You guys get snow? We're getting snow now. I do see that the garden and everything is completely covered. So it's definitely covered the whole ground. And it's still coming down. I didn't think we were supposed to get this much snow.
I started watching two crime series. One of them is called Based on a True Story that has Haley Kuko on it. What?
My brother.
Hey,
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, I love The African Queen. That's another good movie.
It's my brother. Now we got 2 Montana people in here. Blazer, meet my brother. My brother, meet Blazer. Except you guys are on the opposite sides of Montana. And I keep forgetting what lake you live by, Blazer. So you can type it in chat. Hi, Tom. Yeah. What's up? Well, we got snow. So what do you got? You got snow too? There, Blazer said meowdy. What lake do you live by, Blazer? I keep forgetting what it's called.
Take home a sack.
Huh? Brother Tom, salute. Hey, yeah, Brown Dwarf. That's my brother. Tom, meet Brown Dwarf or Bigfoot Dwarf now. He changed his name on us. You'll see Bigfoot Dwarf on our show this Sunday. Him and
Yeah,
Latchkey.
we're gonna have Bigfoot Dwarf and Latchkey Hustle.
Yeah, Blazer lives by Flathead Lake. So he's up northwest. And my brother's down southeast. I had to take a break from all the UFO podcasts I was trying to catch up on. Yeah, I didn't have time to watch what you told me last night. We woke up and found out our very close friend, Heidi Pop, was evacuating from the new fires today. So we've been watching the fires and talking to her and getting updates, and she got out okay. We're just praying for her house right now. So I haven't had a chance to watch whatever you told me last night, Jeremy Corbyn or something like that.
No way. Clay's father was born in Butte, Montana, and went to school with Evel Knievel.
Oh,
I love that movie on Evel Knievel's life when he used to be a hoodlum or a troublemaker in Butte, Montana, growing up.
look at that. They got about 4 feet on the ground there.
Wow.
And Blazer, you're by David
Pilatus.
Pilatus.
I don't know.
And 4 feet. Oh my gosh. You have to make a path just to let the dogs out.
Yeah.
Hey, Blazer, did you upload those videos to your channel? He's in Columbus Falls. What are you pulling up?
So since Tom's
Oh,
here,
yeah. Tom, we're starting a new series thanks to your Christmas present that you sent us.
so this was the article from February of 1954 that we're going to read tonight, Straws in the Wind by Homer Bath. And so I just took an overall picture so you guys can see how long this article was.
Wow. Yes, my brother is the one that had all of this for years and sent us the box for Christmas. And surprise, now we're doing a new segment.
So we actually took some of the images from that article of Gomer and the main picture of Straws in the Wind, the header, and made a nice little logo out of it. And we're going to be soon adding this to our t-shirt line. So you guys can buy a Gomer Bath Straws in the Wind from Midwest Night Watchers here pretty soon. So this is the image we're going to be showing all the time when we're reading Gomer's article, just as a tribute to Gomer and the work he did for his newspaper column, and for Jane and her brother and sisters for a tribute to the family. And there you go. So we will read that here in a while.
Oh, Clay quit caffeine altogether.
Wow.
That's what I drink.
Good for you.
I drink the strawberry Dr. Pepper or the vanilla cream Dr. Pepper.
Oh, that's nice, Rosie. We'll get with you. I don't know if we're going to add it to more than t-shirts because we have the ability in our store to add it to cups and drinking cups and all kinds of stuffs since we got our own store going.
Well, thank you.
So I don't know what sublimation is compared to the process that our store uses. I don't know.
Yeah. What can you explain what sublimation is. That's something new. I don't think I could give up my coffee either. She says she just wants to do it as a gift for us.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Firewater had some homemade almond ricotta.
Please share.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So now if you want, we can probably get into the article.
Are you going to read it?
I'm not. That long of
What?
No. What? No.
Why do I got to do all
Did you
the
type it
reading?
out?
No, I just made I
You
just
didn't type
I
it out
just
this time.
took pictures of the article. So
Oh, she's just in the oven right now. Oh, yummy.
wow. So I guess I'll if we're going to go ahead and do it, I'll bring up
Is this one of the first ones in the book?
this is one of the first ones that, and I don't know, I don't think they're in
Yeah, we don't know if
they're in
they're
order.
or what.
But I did see that it said 1954, so I know it was probably one of the earliest. It says February, one of the earliest ones we probably have.
1954.
So this fine gentleman here, Gomer Bath, Jane's great uncle,
And Tom's. That's in chat.
and Tom brothers and sisters also.
Yeah, my two sisters.
This is Gomer Bath, and he wrote a column for a big regional paper in our area, and it was called Straws in the Wind. And we have a few articles that are actually UFO related.
I still can't believe how much they put in papers back then.
They still do. You just got to find them. They're online now. You just got to search for them. There's people like Gomer that still put out articles on weird stuff.
Ah, thank you, Tom and Rosie. They explained what that is.
So what?
They explained what sublimation is. Tom and Rosie did.
So are we ready?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, Tom says Cheryl does that. Oh, okay. She
Cool.
does a lot of that. All right, I'm ready.
Well, maybe you want that logo for your store, Tom, to put on coffee cups and stuff. Probably without the Midwest, we could put your guys' name or something on it.
Yeah. Sell it at the shop.
I don't know. Let us know.
Rosie says she had a new Cricut cup press.
Oh yeah, Cricut. Yeah. That is what Tammy used Cricut for our stuff, I believe.
Okay, Tammy. So the mugs that you just made us are out of that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Man, there's some cool things out there. Interesting. Well, thank you everyone who's been sending us stuff. Blazer, you too.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you everybody that sent us stuff. We appreciate it, and we all have it right here by us. And Jane's got the coffee cups. I use mine for hot cocoa when I drink hot cocoa upstairs, and Jane has hers right there. If it's not in the dishwasher or being upstairs, she has hers right there by her. And this one right up here is the one that Rosie made with the West
yeah.
Night Watcher on it. And Jane hasn't commented yet, but I stole her gnomes from upstairs and put them behind me.
You took my Christmas gnome.
Yeah.
I
never noticed. Nobody said anything in chat about the two gnomes that just suddenly appeared in my background.
Blazer, you're behind. Blazer's the one that notices the
I
change
know.
in the
Never
background.
nothing.
Blazer, you too. Blazer, you're special. Oh, Blazer provided our outdoor animals with a heated dog bowl for the winter, and brushes that we need to put up for the goats, and a lantern for me to go outside in the dark. Gnome snatcher.
I did. I said, I got the sock monkey from my mom over there hanging out with mom's cabinets and stuff over there. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna bring a couple gnomes down. They're just sitting up there upstairs. We kind of slowly were putting away Christmas stuff anyway, and I thought, you know what, I'm not ready to put them away yet. I'm gonna let them hang out down here for a while before we put them up.
Can't believe Blazer didn't notice the gnomes. Special K.
Oh, Rosie's got some new goat designs. Awesome.
Oh, cool. Beware.
Yeah, I like the Goat Father based off of the Godfather movie. That was cool. I like that t-shirt. Yeah, that's a big sock monkey.
Yeah, you still need to download that picture of your mom smiling ear to ear, holding onto that giant sock.
I think I might have that on my phone. I could probably send it and we could probably show it.
Ah,
I think I have it on the phone.
I think I might have it on the phone, but I'd have to scroll way back because that was so many years ago.
Oh, I'm sure I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
Also.
That was cool. You know me so well.
I got so many pictures on this phone of pictures that we probably could be showing on the show, but we haven't. Got our chemtrail X over our house backyard. Well, keep talking to everybody while I'm scrolling. You got to do your job.
I was going to say, maybe we'll do that for next week or something. Might have to read our article.
Well, I tried, but we kept getting sidetracked. So
I'll just
maybe I'll send it to you so you can read it.
No, just pull up the article and start reading it.
I got it up. I've just been waiting.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. Are we still talking about other stuff? Because it doesn't matter to me. I'll read it whenever.
I'm not the best detective tonight. I'm not Sherlock Gnomes. Sherlock
Gnomes. I just didn't put it up. They've been there a little while.
That's funny. Sherlock Gnomes. That's funny.
All right. Well, I'll search for mom's pictures some other time and
yeah. Let's pull up Uncle Gomer's article,
or if we have
and see what they reported in the newspapers back in the day,
or if we have some downtime during the show here, and we get bored, maybe I'll find it then and bring it up.
Go big or go gnome.
Go big or go gnome. All right. Are we ready?
I think so. Brother Tom, you still in chat?
He probably gave up.
Mind your gnome business.
He probably went to bed.
Mind your own business.
So this was in the local regional paper, February 1954, Straws in the Wind by Gomer Bath. Says, out of space. Because of the current controversy over unidentified flying objects, more commonly known as flying saucers, many people have grown curious enough to examine the voluminous reports, or voluminous. I want to say voluminous, but maybe it's volume. Reports of Charles Fort and other reports of unexpected mysteries in the sky. Fort's laborious research in this field has greater value today than when his books were first published, because it proves that Unidentified objects were observed in the sky many years before the flying saucers argument started in the United States. So if anybody has ever read the reports or books from Charles Fort, you'll know what this article is talking about. So it says the year 1913 seems to have been a particular significant one. In a number of places in England, lighted objects were observed. According to the reports which Charles Fort found in English newspapers, the mysterious things acted much as flying saucers of the day. They would hover for some time over a city and then dash off at lightning speed. As the Ipswich Evening Star of February 25th, 1913 described it, in February of that same year, the most extraordinary procession of unidentified objects flew over Toronto, Canada. According to an article in the Journal of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, these things were illuminated or carried lights, but reports seem to eliminate the possibility that a procession of meteors had passed over the city, which would have been most difficult to believe anyway. So then it says, these things were like an express train, lighted at night. The lights were different at different points, one in front and a rear light. Then a succession of lights in the tail. That kind of sounds like what you captured that one night.
Yeah.
According to another observer, there were probably 30 or 32 bodies. And the particular thing about them were they were moving in 4s and 3s and in 2s abreast of one another. So perfect was the lineup that you would have thought it was an aerial fleet maneuvering after rigid drilling. It was also reported that these things passed across the sky with a particular majestic deliberation. So that's cool.
It's so funny they called them flying saucers back in the day.
So then the next paragraph in this article, that's the first half of that column, and this is a divider where it's in bold letters. It says meteors, question mark, hardly. Meteors do not line up perfectly in groups and fly horizontally with majestic deliberation. Airplanes, question mark. Anyone who remembers what the airplane was in 1913 will laugh. So I imagine they were pretty rude and didn't fly very well in 1913. Probably bi-winged planes, I would imagine. So then underneath that paragraph, we go back to regular text. And it says, or go back to November 17th, 1882, when E.W. Maunder and his colleagues at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich observed a flying object that was never identified. It was described thus. So then it has in quotes, this thing was a cigar shaped like a torpedo, a spindle, a shuttle. Had an incident occurred a third of a century later, it would have been called like a zeppelin. Too fast for a cloud, too slow for a meteor, appeared to be a definite body. A dark nucleus, extraordinary and alarming.
Wow. He went into detail.
Yeah. This happens to match the report 65 years later of a cigar-shaped craft seen traveling at terrific speeds in the southern part of the United States. On the night of February 24th, 1893, a ship of the British Navy, HMS Caroline, was steaming through the East China Sea when her captain observed a number of flying lights that appeared to have a globular shape. They were visible for a total of 9 hours on 2 consecutive nights. Sometimes they would move together as a mass. Again, they would fly in a line. So now we have another bold type section. Note the significance of these old reports. They refute the theory of flying saucers and other unidentified flying objects may be a secret development of United States or Russian scientists. Now we're back to the regular type at the very end of the article. It says another thing, if these flying things came from outer space and observed the Earth so many years ago, it would be impossible to believe that those who flew them had any hostile intentions. They would have had ample time to start hostilities by now. Before the first flying saucer report in this country, I was urging readers to look into the books of Charles Fort. Looking backwards, that seems almost prophetic. So there you go. That's the that is the report from Straws in a Wind by Gomer Bath in February 1954. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I think it's fascinating reading these old articles and about old reports, even older than. So this was put out in 1954 in a column, but he was talking about old reports from 1882 and 1913, and so there you go.
Interesting what was in the newspapers.
Who's I thought
oh my gosh, Clay.
You on Nighthawk.
It is that much already. Wow. Thanks for the update, Clay. I turned my tablet off for a while.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah, Jason came in. Tanya came in. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, Tanya. So I could not see the screen or the chat while I was reading that article, so I'm sorry, but welcome in.
Tom says, go Gomer.
So who
Yeah, I'm still in shock that our great uncle did articles on UFOs. I did not know that. So thank you again, Tom, for the surprise box of all these goodies that we're going to share on Night Owl Lounge. We're going to share it with everybody.
Yes, those are fun reading. Thank you, Tom, and that was awesome.
And thank you, Mom, for collecting all this stuff when she was younger. Yeah, I hate to see that fire out there being 10,000 acres already. My goodness.
All right. What do you guys want to talk about now? We've done UFOs, we've done cryptids, we've done the weather a little bit. We did the Chicago Lake Michigan Circle ice.
Blazer said the winds are picking up again.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
His girlfriend says it's windy outside. How about you, Brown Dwarf? Are the winds picking up?
That's nice about cold weather. You can stick stuff out on the stoop or the porch or garage even and have it cool off. We do that with our sodas, and we do that with food. We'll put the old crock pot out in the garage or somewhere where we know it's safe, and instead of trying to clear out a space in the refrigerator or put it in another container, and then that way we can just reheat it from the crock pot and we're good to go.
Rosie wants to know who's experiencing the deepest snow now.
I'd say the upper peninsula of Florida. No, I don't know. Deepest for them anyway.
Well, right now, my brother said he has 4 feet. So I think Tom wins. He has more snow than Blazer. Blazer's been having warm weather this winter.
Yeah.
Well, Blazer's got some snow down now. Yeah, Blazer used to put 2-liter bottles outside and get free slushies. Yeah, I think we're still in the 20s. We're having a heat wave, but it's snowing.
Talk about music. What kind of music you want to talk about?
24.
We did a whole show one night, or actually more than one show. We probably need to continue that about popular rock or pop songs, and even some back in the 50s that talked about abduction or UFOs. So we did a whole show on the songs that mentioned or the storyline that we thought were just regular songs were actually about abductions. And so I have a whole list of songs that I spent rabbit holing down, finding tons. And I didn't even get to the end of the list or the rabbit hole. I mean, it was just tons of songs, a lot of popular songs.
Tom's at 5 degrees right now. And he says, I'm 7,400 feet.
Wow.
They're used to being snowed in.
So if you guys have listened to our Night Owl Lounge or actually any other show that we brought up music, usually the Night Owl Lounge, you will know that my favorite band growing up, amongst other bands, I mean, there's no real top favorite, but one of my favorites was Van Halen. And the song that I like is one of their ballads, Love Comes Walking In. And I never knew that was about a real experience of a UFO encounter and abduction. And the only way I knew that was because I just happened to be scrolling through videos, and every once in a while I'll get on a kick and I'll put old videos on of music from when I was in high school or grade school or 70s or whatever.
Yes.
And I came across the video of Eddie Van Halen and Sammy Hagar, just those two. And they said, it was for a benefit at a school. And they said, let's do Love Comes Walking In. And they said, let's do it the original way. And he said right there on the video that it was about an alien abduction and UFO. So then if you go back and you read the lyrics, you know, the very first thing says contact. And then you start seeing all the words and read it in context as they're talking. It's like, man, it does. I thought it was a love story. I thought it was about a guy and a girl, but this is actually about his feelings and what they went through during an abduction. That's my favorite. That's my favorite story. And I've been reaching out to people in California and the Hollywood scene and people that are obviously that have connections in the movie industry, trying to get Sammy Hagar to do an interview and describe his alien abduction and what he felt. And I've watched probably every interview out there that he's ever talked about alien abductions and his experience and even seeing ghosts. He's actually experienced apparitions.
We've got some famous people that we've interviewed, but if we ever get Sammy Hagar, I'm going to freak.
It won't ever happen. I've reached out to everybody that I knew that would have that kind of connection, which isn't many people. I mean, we don't know that many people, but we know a lot more people than I ever thought we would that we consider famous.
Mhm.
I thought maybe one of them would have a contact, but so far it's came up dry. So if anybody by chance happens to listen to this or happens to wander in our chat, if you know Sammy Hagar or have a contact info for him, please forward it to MidwestNightWatchers@gmail.com, because I would really love to hear his story. And the same with Dan Aykroyd. I would love to actually have Dan Aykroyd on. I know he doesn't come on shows like ours. He's always on like Rogan and all the big name shows, but I personally, I don't even care if they even come on the show. I just like to talk to them and hear their stories. I just think they're so fascinating. Dan Aykroyd can talk about paranormal and crystal skulls and UFOs and the experiences he's had, and his family was into seances and all that stuff when he was younger. It's just a fascinating story.
Ah, really, Clay? He's got a document coming up on the Blues Brothers.
Cool.
That'll be a cool one.
There you go. You can talk about Dan Aykroyd and his paranormal connection. I ask quite a bit, Rosie. I bring it out every once in a while on our shows, and anytime I make a new contact with somebody to try to interview them, if I know they have a connection in Hollywood or movies or whatever, I ask, but it leads nowhere, or seems to. I mean,
You
not
get close.
because they're not trying, just because they don't have the connection.
Get close. Somebody had the contact of somebody's brother. What was that?
Bill Murray. Bill
Yeah,
Murray's brother.
we were kind of getting close to going down the line.
Those yep. 106 miles of Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
I love the Blues Brothers movie. I watched that quite a bit, actually.
But you do need to get that list out of the UFO songs, and we'll finish it one of these nights.
Yeah, we'll have to do that one of these nights on the Night Owl Lounge
fun.
again. We went through a few of them, but we didn't get through all of them. I think we stopped at well, actually, I don't know where we stopped at, but I remember we talked about John Lennon, and his song is actually about him seeing a UFO over the river in New York. It's in his song. And there's lots of stuff like that. There's just little hints every once in a while on a song about them bringing up and believing in UFOs, or have seen or experienced something, but nothing like the Van Halen song where it's specifically about the experience.
Or like Styx, Come Sail Away. Goldie Hawn claims to have had an encounter when she was 20. Really? I didn't know that.
Yep. There was a show that was on that was celebrity, paranormal, celebrity, whatever. And there's a lot of them that where they were on locations at hotels or staying at a hotel because they were doing a movie at a set or whatever. And they would have ghost stories or UFO stories or whatever. I mean, I wish they would have continued the series. I think they're picking it back up, and they might be adding new celebrities, but there's this, I mean, they did lots of them. It's amazing. Yep. So UFOs and paranormal and Hollywood and celebrities. It's I mean, I like these stories that we're doing with Gomer, and reading newspaper about just everyday people reporting stuff. But celebrities are fun too, to actually think, oh wow, a celebrity that was on movies or in this movie actually experienced something. That's pretty cool.
So what do you think these out there critters are doing, is messing with this crazy humanoid?
I don't know. Are they messing with us, or are we messing with them? I mean, we're the ones that are going out in the woods hunting and hiking and going into national parks. Maybe that was their territory to begin with. Maybe we're the intruders and we just happen to stumble across them. I don't know. I think Bigfoot and Dogman, and especially Bigfoot, has been here before us European settlers. I mean, they were obviously here with the Native Americans, and I think they were probably here before the Native Americans. Because there's reports of giants coming out of South America when the Aztecs and the population or civilizations down there. So they were there before the Aztecs, even in Olmecs, and they have giants. And if you look at, I got to do a show on it yet. We're going to talk about the journal written by a young explorer that was with one of the main explorers, and he had written a book, or a journal, I should say a journal, because it started out as a journal, then it was turned into a book later in life. But he talked about how the Aztecs said when they came into existence. Now, this is oral history from their culture, because he was alive then, and I got the confidence of the elders to tell their oral history to him so he could write it down, that the giants were already here before their civilization. And so when they came about, there was two people. There was the giants, and then there was, I believe the Aztecs said the Olmecs, the rubber people.
Rubber people.
Yeah, because they were in the place where the rubber plants were. So the giants and the cryptids were here before the Aztecs. So I haven't read all the way through the English translation of the whole book, but that's going to be a show that we're going to do eventually. Me and Bigfoot Dwarf and Jane talked about the Olmecs in South America, but we didn't actually get into the aspects of the Olmec and the guy that wrote the guy that wrote the journal or documented the adventure. But the next time Brown Dwarf comes on with us talking about this stuff, obviously he's going to be on with us Sunday, him and Latchkey Hustle. We're going to talk about orbs and UFOs and drones. But the next time Dwarf comes on, and we're going to get into the giants specifically and talk about how they migrated from South America up into the U.S. and some of the major events that happened with giants that people reported, or the ones that came out of South America, and then even into the Canary Islands and off the coast of California. So that's a whole another rabbit hole that if anybody wants to check out the giants, that's a cool one on how they came out of South America.
Yeah, like that. Well, and the Bigfoot wars too.
Right.
Yeah, the Bigfoot.
Yeah, there's the giants, and that's what the giants out of South America. Supposedly, there are 6 of them that survived the flood, if you want to consider it Noah's flood or whatever flood that you think it was at a specific time that happens to match up with the Bible story, that they actually survived the massive flood. And they ventured up into the U.S. and eventually they were up in the Native America territory and were driven to caves. So that's how you kind of get the giant stories where they find them in caves in the U.S. all across. And the story also talks about how they were the ones that built the Aztec and the temples in South America that we found, that the giants were the ones that were doing the lifting and carrying of those giant stones and putting them in place. So that journal talks about all that. And so we'll get into that sometime the next time we have brown dwarf or Bigfoot dwarf on. Catalina Islands. I said Canary, but it's Catalina Islands off of California. They had a big giant population where they found the utensils and the skulls and the bones in Catalina Island. And there's a museum actually on Catalina Island that you can go there and see the history of the giants.
I know one of the Native American stories was that they were tired of babies being stolen and they were eating them and stuff and sent them up in the caves and set it on fire, I think it was. Killed them.
Well, there's stories where
So they
obviously the 1855 war, Bigfoot war with the Indians, and you also have the war with the giants. But then you hear about other tribes' story, how they were at odds at the beginning, but then they kind of teamed up, and the Bigfoot or the giants were integrated into the tribe. And some of the tribe people, especially in the 1855 war against the Bigfoot, the main warriors for this Native Americans, they were over almost 7 feet tall or bigger. So they were actually giant size, these warriors that went up against the Bigfoot.
Good night, Daryl.
Night, Daryl.
Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah.
I'll probably see you in 5 chats tomorrow.
So yeah, the 1855 Bigfoot war, it had giants and Bigfoot in it. So that's an interesting story. And supposedly the mounds across the southern U.S., including southern Illinois, was actually had giants in those civilizations from down South America that traveled up and went through the U.S. The 6 giants went on their separate ways and separated. And so that's how you get the giant stories all across the U.S. and up into Canada, and how you get these mounds supposedly were built by them or helped built by them with the native culture that was there. So here you go. There's a couple rabbit holes and shows right there waiting to happen.
Well, they can look into the giant of Kandahar, which was just a few years ago. I think it was Kandahar. Isn't that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's people probably say it different ways, but yeah. Gilgamesh, Kandahar. There's so many of them. There's so many caves that supposedly had giants in them that people have found throughout the years.
Lovelock Cave, giants were torched in the cave, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of.
If you dig hard enough, you can find so many stories of people stumbling across giants or finding giant bones and skeletons in the caves, whether they found a real one or not. But there's like 3 or 4 instances that we know of, at least that I know of, and there's probably more, that the giants were still living, still thriving in the cave system.
Tom said then they started their own baseball team.
Oh, the Giants? San Francisco. New York Giants. I mean, which one do you want? But yeah, the Catalina Islands, that's a good story too. That's some good history to go into. And like I said, they got documents and articles, and I think they still have bones and pictures of bones there that they discovered, and they actually have a museum that you can visit if you're anywhere out on the West Coast and want to go to the Catalina Islands.
Yeah, they started with the baseball team in New York, then they moved to a football team out west. Giants baseball team. Yeah, so if there's no such thing as giants, why are we naming sports teams after them?
I don't know. Maybe they had a team before. I mean, the Aztecs had a form of basketball and football and all that stuff. So maybe the Giants played too.
Yeah, it probably was some kind of a sport with giants.
I mean, there's so many teams. You got the Titans, you got the Giants. I mean, you just go down the list and look at the mascots and the names of the teams and find all kinds of, well, they're paranormal or almost cryptid like and giants and
Oh, Tom says there are all kinds of crazy UFO sightings around Catalina Islands.
yeah. I mean, you get out west and you have submerged UFOs that go in on the coastline and then supposedly they show up in a lake or a big giant lake in the west coast of the U.S. inland. So they're a underwater tunnel system that leads to the big lakes or the lakes in the U.S. Monsters of the Midway, the Chicago Bears.
Monsters of the Midway.
That's what they called them. That's what they were Chicago Bears, Monsters of the Midway.
What? Brown Dwarf said he went to the Catalina Islands Museum and they said they have nothing on giants.
Oh,
ETF.
really?
Huh.
Well, I've seen 4 or 5 documentaries where people were at the Catalina Museum and they showed nothing but giants or stuff on giants, unless I don't know, unless it was made up. I don't know. There's a lot of newspaper articles about the archaeologist that found the giant bones, and he had newspaper articles and pictures of his discoveries. So I don't know. I guess since you're out there, Dwarf, I guess you would know if you've actually been to the museum. I haven't ever been. I'm just reading stuff online.
And Rosa, are you talking about the drones and the plasmoids and the orbs and all those sightings?
Well, this Sunday,
Yeah, come this Sunday.
and Latchkey Hustle and me and Jane are going to be on our show. And we're going to discuss all that stuff, and including the stuff that's popping up in the LA wildfires in the sky and across the country. And so we're going to get into that.
Yep, so watch Sunday's show. And my opinion, I think all the drones are our own stuff. They're playing with old toys. All right, I'll smoke one for you, Firewater. But yeah, Firewater. I thought I said it wrong.
The only,
I'll
thing,
smoke one for you.
the only thing we're missing is a good meal or snack right before we smoke.
Yeah. Well, I've got Valentine jelly beans.
Oh, I don't have anything down here on my side. I got my tea. That's
Your
it.
tea.
That's it.
And I got my strawberry Dr. Pepper.
No, you got all your snacks over there. I don't have nothing.
That's because I'm down here watching 8 cameras all day long.
slowly you take all the snacks downstairs and I have nothing.
We just bought new snacks today.
I know they'll slowly disappear. They'll end up down there on your desk probably.
I don't have much down here right now.
I think I'm hearing an echo again.
Stop
Either
it.
that or I'm hearing your speaker. I don't know. That's
All
all
I
right.
have on the desk down here is my brand new jelly beans, some generic Nutter Butter cookies, Dollar General brand, sunflower seeds, and blueberry almonds. So that's it.
Yeah, I have a theory on the
I have-
drones,
yeah.
and I'm sure Brown Dwarf or Bigfoot Dwarf has. I'm sure Latchkey has, and we'll talk about that Sunday. And I don't know if it's different than anybody else's theory, but I think mine's a little different. So we'll see. We'll see what we come up with. I know I need snacks. No, I'm just kidding. We went to the grocery store and the Dollar General and Family Dollar or whatever it's called, and
Yeah, we went to Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, which is a new brand right now with both of them together. And then we went to Dollar General. And then we go to our mom and pop grocery store and buy generic bread for the outdoor animals. And then a brand new rotisserie chicken that just came out of the oven. And we do have moon pies upstairs.
yeah, I personally don't eat moon pies. That was Jane's pick today. So she's got moon pies to eat.
Yeah. They're upstairs. I didn't bring them down here.
So I picked out the RC Cola and Jane picked out the moon pies. So there you go.
Then I saw the Valentine jelly beans.
All red.
All red, but then I got the sweet tart jelly beans too. I like the sour ones. Rosa says she made something special tonight and she's planning on who to send them to.
Oh boy.
Moon pies are good, but they're not big anymore. They make them tiny. They're not the original moon pies. Those things were huge.
Well, everything was huge when they first came
Yeah, that's
out
true.
back in the day. I mean,
Now
look
we
at
got-
our candy bars. Look at our
Got mini moon pies.
every snacks, all that stuff, cans, flour, sugar. They're all getting smaller and smaller bags for higher prices. So
Oh, Tammy got a roasted chicken from Sam's Club and then added it to dog food. I hope you didn't add the dog food to your chicken.
was it for the dogs?
No, she probably ate it and then added some for the dog food.
No,
Well,
I
we
know.
threw out the legs in the garden. The possum enjoyed the rotisserie chicken leg.
Yeah, because actually when we were at the grocery store, there was 3 rotisserie chickens on the spigot on the
Just coming out of the oven. They're in the oven.
they were done and they were just sitting there, and I asked if anybody had requested those or put in an order for them. She said no. Then another lady showed up, so 2
Yeah,
of the
the old-
rotisserie chickens disappeared. And
That old lady was so excited. She said, "Are those counted for? I'll take one too." Oh, she said, no, it was for the dogs.
yeah, I hear people do that all the time. They go out and because if you can get a rotisserie chicken for $5 or whatever it is, and you give them fresh meat instead of processed or the chicken pieces or whatever, the lamb and the dog food, obviously it's been processed.
And yes, I remember the big giant candy bars. We used to get the big giant candy bars at Halloween.
Christmas,
Back then wasn't
Christmas
big.
now you can still get those great big giant ones, those over like 5 feet long candy bars. And
She paid $4.98.
yep, I know it was around $5 still.
I think ours was $6.99. Was it? $8.99, something like that. Gerald sneaks moon pies when he thinks no one is looking.
I can honestly say I have never had a moon pie in my life.
I'm surprised because you liked Peeps. You know, you like the marshmallow Peeps. I think you would like a moon pie.
I
You
ate
like
all kinds
graham
of.
crackers.
Well, I ate Peeps because it was Easter, and that's what my mom and my uncles and everybody gave us when we were kids. And mom always had Peeps even as we were grown ups around the house. So I like Peeps, but I have. When's the last time I've ate a Peep?
It's been a few years since you've had a Peep. Yeah. Yeah, we used to do the Sam's Club. We got to drive 45 minutes there, and I don't like a bunch of people. It's too peoply. So we just kind of finally stopped paying for the year thing.
And
We
like
just
we
stay
said,
in town.
our local grocery store, fairly decent price for a nice rotisserie chicken. But when I was growing up, the same grocery store, different owners, obviously, but they had the barbecue seasoning on it. So this wasn't in the spigot or in the rotisserie oven, but it was also barbecued. So, but the one we got tonight was just a regular seasoned rotisserie chicken, which was very, very good. Wasn't as big as the ones you get at Sam's Club. Sam's has really nice, big, plump chickens, but for me and Jane, this was a pretty good sized bird. So there you go, keeping up with the chat. Sorry. Well, I always eat. I like eating the legs and the thighs, or the part of the thighs that go with the legs there on the chicken, and then Jane will eat slice off some of the breast, and then later on we'll make sandwiches or whatever off of the rest of the breast and the leftover chicken, and carcass and the bones go out to the outside animals. But our dog does get spoiled with some chicken meat and stuff like that we have. We give her a proportion or a small amount, so we don't give her a big huge thing of table scraps or anything, but we do let her have some of the meat. And whether it's our steaks or our chickens or whatever else we have.
And make soup out of it. Gerald's not much of a soup person. He just likes Campbell's chicken noodle, and that's it. I'm the homemade soup person.
I mean, if it came down to it, I would eat it. But as spoiled as I am and the way I was raised, I have never had to eat anything I didn't like or wasn't normal for my family to cook. I never really went outside those boundaries, but as I'm getting older, I have ate stuff that I've never experienced before and thought, oh, that's pretty good. Now, whether my taste changed or all of a sudden I realized what I was missing out on all those years, I don't know.
And Tom said they eat the white meat and then give the dark meat to their dogs.
I've always liked chicken legs because that's what we got as kids. I've always grew up eating the chicken legs, and if I go to a restaurant, or whether it's KFC or Popeyes or Walmart or somewhere, we don't go to Walmart anymore hardly, but when I would be at places like that, or at work when we'd order out chicken and stuff, I would eat the legs. I like the legs. I don't know why.
You're a leg man.
I guess so.
But it's nice when we go shopping and you have a nice warm rotisserie chicken all done, and okay, supper's done.
Yeah, that is nice. I like rotisserie chickens. That's one of our favorites. Or when we go out of town and we go to like Hy-Vee or somewhere, they have really good Chinese. So we'll bring home a big meal of Chinese orange chicken or general chicken or whatever, or mushrooms and rice and all the stuff like that. And Jane will get some crab ragoons. So Hy-Vee, I was really surprised the first time we ate Hy-Vee's Chinese. It was really good. Of course, it was made fresh the first few times we went there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Tom says any of my leftover steak from a restaurant or here at home, I freeze it and then I cut it up and use it in my chili. Ooh,
There you go.
I haven't made chili yet this winter.
So we'll make steaks and potatoes and rolls and baked beans or whatever side dish we go have it go with. But then the next day, I'll warm it back up and mix the mushrooms and everything almost like a sauteed, the mushrooms and everything, the onions and bacon and everything's all sauteed. So I just add it to the cut up steak and make a nice meal out of it the next day, and that's what we have. So steak and chicken don't last very long in our house anyway.
Yeah, and we're gonna have steak sometime here in a couple days. Yeah, I think our closest Walmart it takes 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So yeah, we live out in the cornfields.
We're realistically, other than small little towns and Dollar Generals and stuff
No.
like that, we're realistically almost 40 minutes from everywhere. To get to a Walmart, to get to a Sam's, to get to a Target, to get to a Hy-Vee, to whatever, it takes us 40 to 50 minutes, no matter which direction we go to get one.
That's why we stay here and do the Family Dollar and then do the Dollar General and then the Ma and Pa grocery store, and we're good.
So we'll go out and do our local shopping, and then every once in a while we'll say, hey, let's take off and go to. Usually it's because we want farm feed or something. We'll go to the bigger stores like Rural King or Tractor Supply, and so we got to drive to go to there. But when it's cold and nasty out, we'll hit the local feed store. We still have a place that sells it. Of course, we haven't been since they had new owners, so we don't know what their feed for their animals is like.
It's just so much cheaper going out of town. So we have been going out of town for animal feed.
So then we might be able to get a pizza or a Culver's or Wendy's or Hy-Vee Chinese chicken to bring home.
And Rosie, we're about 2 hours from Rockford. I think it's like 2.5 to get to Wisconsin. It's about 2 hours, I think, to Rockford. And Rockford's straight north of us. And we got two now. We have a buck in the garden. And
Hey, you should share your screen.
I remember how you told me, go down and find the app, right? I'm not going to mess up leaving the stream or anything if I click on anything.
No, that's how I share. I mean,
am I still there?
If you have that screen up on your computer.
So I have to find what OBS you said?
Well, unless you have you could show Roku or YouTube if you wanted.
I don't even see. Oh, it's on the next page, maybe. It's not on here. I clicked on the thing that shows all the Launchpad apps. Did I click the wrong thing?
No, down in StreamYard, click present at the bottom.
And then where do I go?
Once you click present at the top, it should bring up windows, tabs.
I see slides, PDF, extra camera, video, file.
Share screen.
Share screen. Then I do allow.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything. And click share.
Yeah.
It says only cancel. What am I doing? Oh, I gotta do the window.
Yeah.
Brave tab window. Oh, der.
And when you hit window or tab or whatever, it should be one of them.
Okay, now I see.
Then you just highlight that, then you bring it up.
All right. And it's snowing. Let me move the camera over a little bit. Oh, where'd the other one go? The other one must still be out in the field somewhere. Because there was two of them. Does everybody see it okay?
Yeah, I think it looks good.
I don't know
But
if you...
if you had the real link and just the picture instead of the OBS software and stuff or whatever, it would probably look bigger screen.
How do I make bigger screen? Oh, like right here? Oops.
No,
No, I made this bigger screen. Oh, man.
that just makes it for you. Not you have to actually have the bigger screen. Like I was saying, Real Link shows just the video and not all the extra software stuff. So until Jane comes back in the studio or whatever she's doing, your mic's off.
Oh, that's right. I coughed. I put it on mute.
So that's our one deer that we have right at the moment during the snowstorm, trying to find some corn in our garden, and they pretty much ate all the corn. So I don't know if Jane replaced some of it or not.
There was some left. I did not replace it tonight. And the second deer is right underneath the Martin house. I do see it now.
Oh, okay. So we haven't caught up with it yet then.
So tomorrow there's probably still enough deer corn out there for him. He'd have to dig. He's going to have to start digging a little. But I'll put out new corn tomorrow. But he's not the buck that had the big rack. So, I mean, we have one that, oh my gosh, he's got a huge rack on him. Well, this one's got a good size, but it's snowing so much I can't count the points.
So Firewire says, Chiro, keeping the love alive by staying in your own rooms. Then Tammy says, that's where I want to live, 40 minutes from anywhere. Kind of reminds me of oh brother, where art thou? When they say that line where they're geographically, and I say 40 minutes. It could be 45 from anywhere.
Let's see, if we go north, it takes 30 minutes. We go Peru, that's about 30 minutes. Peoria is about 35 to 45, depends on where you're going.
What side of Peoria you want to get to?
East Peoria would be 45 minutes, yeah, on the other side of the river.
I'd say 50 minutes for Peoria, but like I said, depends on what side of town you want to go to.
And the traffic.
So anymore, our favorite is Peru, and then Princeton, and then if we have to, we go to the bigger city, Peoria.
Tom's fitting right in with our chat. We need Freaky, and I think Blazer fell asleep. Blazer and Freaky and LIB Mike do all these jokes. Now Tom's doing it. So what does the doe say when she staggered out of the woods?
I don't know. What does it say, Tom?
I don't know. Anybody in chat want to guess? What does the doe say when she's staggering out of the woods? I enjoy my time alone. We don't mind being hermits. Let's see. I don't see any more behind the barn. We must just have 2 of them coming up tonight.
I know it was a thing in the older movies, and as our parents and grandparents and all them, they had separate rooms where they actually slept in separate rooms. I mean, you had your own bed, you didn't have to fight over covers, and you had your own pillow, and you didn't have to worry about rolling over or coughing in the middle of the night, or if one snored and the other one didn't, or any of that stuff. So there's a lot to be said about separate rooms.
Firewater's guessing the buck stops here. Tom says, I'll never do that for $2 again.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's our Night Owl Lounge, Tom. We always have dad jokes, and these guys come up with some wild things. I guess you call them dad jokes.
I guess.
Night Owl Lounge jokes.
Something.
That was a good one. Yeah, we've been having a few bucks show up this winter. It's been nice.
Oh, there's Roger. Do what? He wants to know what you do for $2. Now, before you answer that, this isn't that kind of a show. There you can see the rack a little better. It lifted its head up.
Yeah. It's got to be 6-7 points.
Hey, there's Newbie still hanging with us.
Yeah, he's a healthy buck.
Now, technically, that garden is a county property.
Yep, that's not city limits, that's county. It's still snowing pretty good, too. I'm guessing
So we'll have
in.
everything from the foxes to the rabbits to the coons to the deer to everything you'd expect to see out in the country. It'll come across the cornfields or the open fields, and especially now that they know that there might be a little bit of corn in our garden, or some of the other animals might come to check to see whether we threw our chicken bones out there at the edge of the field.
I'm not sure what he's finding, but the deer corn is behind him.
I don't know.
He's finding something.
Maybe somebody drugged something over there. Or, I don't know.
Well, only 2 tonight. The most we've had this winter so far is 10. That was cool when all 10 of them showed up that one night. And he's looking at something. Maybe more are coming on the other side of the field.
Firewater said, I wish I could remember who said that there's an ointment for swine flu and treated for bird flu. Well, I know Joe Rogan podcast. The deer just took off like crazy.
Oh, and the other one's running too. Yeah. Whoa, something spooked them.
Yeah, so I mean, you got a whole list of ivermectin and methylene blue, and there's like five key elements, and a couple of them they mentioned as in treating cancer cells, and there's other ones that they mentioned for specifically the C word and the flu.
Dang it, I shouldn't have exited out.
That's all right.
No, a fox showed up.
I know.
That's what spooked him, I guess, was the fox.
They're all probably like us. They can go to YouTube to our 24/7 live stream, and they can bring it up on their phone and still be in chat and hang out. And
That's true. If you want to see the fox, go to the 24/7. Well, maybe that's what spooked them then. Oh, there might be. Did you have both chicken legs or just one? I don't know if that possum took off with the chicken leg or if it's still out there. Well, yeah, he's probably. Oh, yeah, he's just grabbed a chicken leg and. Oh, now he's tapped.
He's Firewater said ointment. I said ointment. She said oink.
Ointment. Reread that again.
I thought I didn't actually catch it the first time. I thought it was a typo. I thought it was supposed to be ointment instead of oink.
Well, cool. We had 2 deer, a possum, and a fox. I haven't seen that coy dog, coy wolf, whatever that thing is, since we videotaped it.
Did Brown Dwarf, did Bigfoot Dwarf leave? Is he going to go on here in a little bit?
Yeah, I bet he.
It's still too early for him.
It's usually about 3 o'clock in the morning for us when Brown Dwarf pops on. Bigfoot Dwarf. I'm just going to call him Dwarfy. Dwarfy, you still in chat?
Good night, Rosie. Thank you for coming.
Good night, Rosie. It was great to see you.
Anytime you guys pop in, you can pop in chat and just say hi if you want, or if you just want to watch and listen, that's fine too. We don't care. We're just glad you guys all show up and hang out with us. And
Firewater also said tweetment for bird flu.
Listen to some old weirdo just talk about nothing and everything,
and stay warm, Rosie. I think warm weather is coming to you eventually because it's starting to warm up here.
So as people usually say, if you got nothing better to do, come hang out with us and talk with us and chat and tell us what's going on, and we'll tell you what we think's going on. And
tweet dreams.
Tweet dreams.
Tweet dreams. Sweet dreams and tweet dreams. Oh, geez, Tom.
That's just foul.
That's just foul. Oh, my goodness.
So we're almost going on the 3-hour mark now.
Yeah. Gonna have to get off eventually and have a snack.
Yeah.
I'll probably stay up for a while. Brown Dwarf, Bigfoot Dwarf, Dwarfy will probably go live.
Yeah, where is he?
Yeah, he must have took off. I don't think there he is. He said, I'm here. Are you going live tonight, Dwarfy? And if you are, what time?
Because we will send everybody over to your chat if you can go live early.
What gets me is if I stay up late watching Brown Dwarf, then I sleep in and I miss Jessica's shows. That's at noon.
Well, the good thing is Jessica's not on tomorrow.
That's true. She is. Yeah, that is true. I won't miss her tomorrow. So, hey, I can stay up late tonight. Hey, Blazer's awake too. Hey, Blazer, I'm sorry, but my brother's in competition with you. He's coming up with some good jokes.
Yeah. What's up with that, Blazer?
You need to start Googling some more. Yeah, there is a 2-minute delay? Tom says, seems like the chat takes a while to get to you guys.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't pop up right away. I don't know if it's because of StreamYard or then
it's StreamYard because I got YouTube up and it does pop up in YouTube before we see it in StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there is a slight delay.
Oh, Firewater says she took a nap and going to be up all night probably. So there you go. You can hang out with Bigfoot Dwarf and his chat. He'll go to 5 a.m. or something, and so he'll get you part way there. 5 in the morning our time, Central. So depending on where you live.
And yes, there's also a delay in the 24/7. I can't tell you how many times some strange person will come into the 24/7 chat and say, your clock's behind. And I'm going, no, it takes from the camera to come into the box, then the box goes to OBS, and then OBS goes to YouTube. Yes, you're going to have a minute or two delay. So I told him, no, our clocks are not off.
I imagine the only way around that is to go to stream straight to YouTube without OBS. So maybe it would be better, but I don't know.
Firewater is in Oregon.
Ah, so you'll be right in the same time zone.
Now Blazer wants to know what part of Oregon.
Well, don't say specifics if you don't want to.
Yeah, and Dwarfy just goes on when he wants to go on. Well, you can say northern part of Oregon, southern part of Oregon.
That's pretty definite. Probably, if so, no idea.
Aw, Tom's wife is in Oregon right now.
Oh.
I am temporarily in
Beaverton.
Beaverton? Yep, Blazer was born and raised in Oregon. Now he's a Montana boy, fighting off Bigfoot.
I don't know what West Coast fancy living's like. I've only been here, so I don't know.
That's right. You've never moved out of state, have you? You've just always been in Illinois.
I have actually only moved outside of our hometown.
Ah, we got another person from there.
Maybe twice.
That's interesting.
Two Shadows.
Two Shadows is from there also. What a small world, isn't it? We're in a YouTube chat and you guys live by each other. That's crazy. I was born and raised in Oregon. My children are second generation and my grandchildren are third generation Oregonians. Well, cool.
Sure it's not Oregonians?
Oregonians?
All right, awesome. So far, I don't think anybody from our local area has popped in our chat.
Our local area?
Seems like everybody else every once in a while makes a connection, whether it was their hometown or they're living in the same town or have lived there, but nobody's made that connection with us so far, other than living in the same state, maybe.
Well, there's a person in Dwarfy's chat that is from East Peoria, remember?
That's what I said, from the same state.
Well, that was really cool. He said, hey, I'm from East Peoria. Audio, I think his name.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I think it was Audio. And he said he's from East Peoria.
So tomorrow, I should be doing a recording with Dr. John Stammy for Scary Cast.
Oh, that's right. You're doing your radio podcast tomorrow.
And we're going to be talking about healing frequencies and singing bowls and church bells and cathedrals and stained glass windows and pipe organs and anything to do with frequencies and sound and vibrations. So I think that's what our Scary Cast show is going to be about.
But it's not on his YouTube. It's just on his iHeart.
I think it's just going to be on his podcast, his audio podcast that goes out through Scary Cast. So he is supposedly, he said Scary Cast is the #1 paranormal radio network out there, which I don't know. That's just what he says. Might be true. I don't know.
Firewater, you were born in 62? So was I.
Wow, nice.
The last year was a special year because I was born in 62 and I turned 62. Oh, God, that's scary. In a couple months, I'll be 63. Ugh.
Well, this spring when I shave off my beard, I'll probably look my age. So tomorrow's Scary Cast, and then we have probably our Sunday show, unless I do Geezer Geek Saturday night. I never know if that's on or off or happening or not happening. So then Sundays are our normal show for Piercing the Veil on Midwest Night Watchers.
Got Latchkey and Dwarfy. They're going to show some UFO and orb videos and strangeness in the LA area.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. I was born in 62.
Blazer said piercing the beard.
Piercing the beard. And he said, don't mess with the beard. You won't be Gandalf anymore. I still say it's growing slow this year.
I think it's, I mean, look at it. I think it's about where it was last year. Of course, we got all the way to spring to see how long it gets.
Well, you didn't trim it until what, June or July?
I don't remember. Whenever the first nice weather, it's here to stay. And then if we have a little chilly weather still, I let it go. Otherwise, if I get too hot or if it gets nice weather, then I let my face breathe and enjoy the spring weather.
I am in March. I'm a spring baby. And so is my brother. His birthday's a few days after mine. I'm a spring baby.
So what's that tie in with Valentine's Day or something else? What holiday did your parents celebrate?
What? What, to make it to be March?
Yeah.
But yeah, my birthday is March. It will be March before we know it, probably.
They say there's all kinds of birthdays that happen because of Valentine's Day, whether it's a weekend or or somebody's birthday, or all of a sudden your kids' birth kind of lines up with those dates.
Her oldest is going to be 42 in March. Our oldest is, what is she now? 37? Almost 38. Wow.
Yep.
And our youngest is 26.
26. And in Canada. She not only left the house, she left the country.
She gone. That's funny.
She actually didn't even cross an ocean. She just went to the nearest country.
Barely turned 18, got married, and took off.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, they've been together for 8 years. I think it's 8. Yeah, 8 years.
So yeah, there was an article. I don't know where I saw it. I read so much crap, but birthday celebrations and Valentine's Day and New Year's, and of course baby boomers, the coming home from the wars are always a big moment for births.
Snowstorms,
light out, power outages. New York when they had their big power outage for all those days. There was a big baby boom after that.
Firewater says she was a June bride, got knocked up on her honeymoon. He was born in March. Well, see, our oldest was pretty close. She got married in October, then the next month she got pregnant with our
Yep.
grandson.
So honeymoons was on the list when people first get married and consummate their marriage. That's a big birth time. Tequila. Wow. Is this story going to involve Tijuana also, or just tequila?
Well, Tom, do you remember many, many years ago you getting my dog drunk on gin and tonic?
Oh.
She liked it. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4.
That's not how the song goes now. If you watch TikTok about the tequila song, that's not how it goes. But no, Tom's statement, that's how the TikTok song goes.
Now I'm crying.
Weird. It's weird how that happens, isn't it?
So does this happen in the dead of winter also in Montana, Tom? What are you doing now while your wife is in Oregon drinking tequila?
Well, that's a
my
waste.
God, that's funny. Tequila makes your clothes fall off. And then you fall on the floor.
I'm pretty sure that's how we got the song The Streak. Been drinking tequila before.
Oh my goodness.
Don't look, Ethel. It was too late.
Oh, I love Night Owl Lounge. This chat always cracks us up.
Oh my. There you go. I mean, sounds like fun to me. I don't know.
I'm not sure where this is going.
Hopefully we don't get
a strike.
Too much more descriptive, but as long as we don't read exactly out loud what they're saying, I think we'll be all right. He hardly drinks anymore. I like my water and my iced tea, but we usually do a shot of tequila on New Year's Eve every year. There you go. When I was drinking, I always liked rum and coke. I liked screwdrivers. I liked tequila sunrises.
Yeah, I like tequila sunrises. Those were good.
Of course, eventually we never went to the bars. We just buy a bottle of tequila and a jug of orange juice and take a swig out of both.
Road sodium.
Yeah, we used to go to the dance club that would serve us when we were in high school. So we go out there and they'd have live bands and this huge dance floor, and you could get served alcohol. And I'm glad Brian, my buddy, my best friend from growing up's not in chat right now.
Oh, He'd be revealing a lot of things. That Streak song, that was a funny song.
Don't look at though. It's too late.
We got Deer 3 houses down.
You're not supposed to be spying on the neighbor's deer.
And I think I see 3. So I think we've got more coming around from the other side of the field. Huh. It's interesting that they come out in the snow. If it's nice weather, you don't see the deer. If it's cold and snowy, they come out.
Well, if we get another big snowfall and it warms up a little bit, we'll have to go out and see what kind of tracks we can find.
Yeah. It's starting to let up a little bit. Maybe the snow is almost done.
Well, it's supposed to end tonight, but I think there's a couple more days this week that we're supposed to get some snow.
Blazer's got the YouTube of the Streak.
Ah, there you go. Ray Stevens.
Do the song Power Tools. I don't think I have. Or it's not sounding familiar. You know it?
No, I think it's Mississippi Squirrel, the Streak, and some of his patriotic songs. And
Get
Yeah.
Tarzan?
I remember when that came out on the AM radio, Tarzan, and
Good old
back when I
WL.
used to play Snoopy and the Red Baron on AM radio. That was one of my favorite songs growing up.
Good old WLS. Tom says he don't remember the Power Tool one. I know the Squirrel one.
I tell you though, it's not an old song, but it's one of my favorite songs, and I love sharing it. Is Weird Al Yankovic, Weird Al song,
Which one?
the one about conspiracy theories.
Oh,
About instead of the famous song, it's tinfoil. I love that song and the video. You got to watch the video with the song.
don't fish when drunk is another.
Yeah, I think my brother or my brother-in-law or somebody had all those Ray Stevens albums. We had Bill Cosby, all the Bill Cosby albums. When Bill Cosby told the story about sneaky snakes, if anybody's ever listened to Bill Cosby tell the story of sneaky snakes, that's a good listen. That's an awesome story.
Tinfoil hat wearer.
So Firewire, have you ever listened to Weird Al's song Tinfoil? Go watch that video on YouTube. That's awesome.
Blazer's on it. He's probably popping up the link.
I post that on Facebook and stuff all the time. I love that. I love that video. Oh yeah. Camp Granada. Yep, Weird Al. Tinfoil. I can't remember what the original song is. It's a real popular song that came out.
I don't think I heard that one.
I think it says foil. Maybe the original song's foil or something like that, and he turned it into tinfoil hat or tinfoil.
That man is a genius.
I know. I love Weird Al songs. I remember listening to him way back when he was first on Dr. Demento when he first came out. We heard all the good, crazy songs on Dr. Demento growing up.
Voice text King Gascariel, tell me about it. I do voice text instead of typing it out. I just hit the microphone, and oh my gosh, it comes up with the most weirdest things.
Yeah, but sometimes that's funny. Sometimes I like listening or reading the mess ups. It turns out being funny than the original.
Hey, Clay's still awake. I love
Oh,
Dr.
condensed
Demento.
reality. Yeah, Clay liked Dr. Demento. We used to listen to that all the time, Dr. Demento.
Are you on your tablet, or do you have a tablet there?
Do I? Yeah.
We need to make Clay a mod because his conspiracy music is the mod, but he's not a mod
I
under
thought I did that. I didn't do it.
condensed reality. He's not, but if he comes in under his conspiracy music, he's a mod. So make Clay a mod real quick. That way he don't have to switch accounts if he needs to share something.
Heck, I gotta
I
find
thought
it.
of that the other night also because there was one night he wanted to share something. He had to go under his conspiracy channel.
Or you could have done it from your side.
I didn't know if I was able to or not.
Oh heck yeah, you can.
I just got to report and remove and stuff like that when I click on them. I don't have the option of making them a mod. Maybe on the computer, but I can't hear.
No, I don't know why you can't.
Yeah, I remember the old little transformer radios. Listening to WLS in Chicago.
I remember we'd always go in the station wagon. Mom and Dad, us kids, we always had to have WLS on, not only for the golden AM oldies, but for out of Chicago, WLS. Obviously, we had Uncle Larry and Little Tom, and they'd always tell news reports. And one of them I remember distinctly was somebody at the zoo got attacked by a lion because they tried to feed it or reach through or whatever the stupid reason was. And their gag line or their tagline always was, when they were talking about the person being hurt or whatever, and all that, then little Tommy would always ask, "Is the lion all right though?" No matter what happened, they'd always add that to the end of it. Like if it was a lion or a bear or whatever, they'd always forget about the human. It's like, "Oh, is the bear okay?"
The Shadow.
Yeah, I like the Shadow. The Shadow.
Some good radio shows out.
What lurks in the depths of men's hearts. But actually, there's a Chicago radio station. You can get it online, and they play the Shadow and the Fibber McGee's and all those old radio shows and all that. And I remember when we went to our trip on Louisiana, I tuned into an old time radio show because you guys were asleep and I was driving. And it was the radio play of a warship battle, but it was the time of the sailboats instead of the old war, the Ironsides instead of the newer ships for military. So this was like during the pirates and all that going on. So I turned it down just so I could hear the voices, so I wouldn't wake you guys up and be able to hear the radio program. Then obviously it's a program where they do the sound effects. So then they got to the part where they shot off the cannons, and that was so loud. It was so much louder than the normal voices. I thought for sure you guys were going to wake. I think Skylar or one of the kids kind of.
I might have been awake because I can't sleep in a car.
I don't know. I don't know if you said it because you never said nothing like, "Why are you listening to this junk? Why don't you have music on?"
It's so cold you can mug someone with a bucket of water. I'm seeing more people doing these videos that they're wetting their hair and then they go outside and they flip it up and it sticks straight up.
Yep.
People are doing that.
Wet
Black
hair that flip
kids.
your hair up and it freezes straight up,
Yeah.
or a wet pair of jeans that freeze and then you throw it in the air and the legs stick in the snow.
Well, that one year, didn't we throw hot water up in the air and it turned
Yep,
straight into?
turns to crystals. We
Yep.
did that during the polar vortex when it was minus
Mhm.
30 whatever out. Yeah, Wolfman Jack, and
I think I got one of my little transistor radios in a box somewhere.
I got like 3 of them up in a cabinet somewhere. Plus 4 or 5 other old radios that have the world bands on them,
And the old earphones and only had one ear.
yep. Yep. It was pretty fun. I mean, nothing like the information and the stuff we have now, the touch of our fingers and keypads and mouses, but
You're still not coming up to the garden yet. Oh, now I think I saw a fourth one.
oh,
Thought I saw another dark spot over there. Cool. Interesting. Well,
yeah, I know. Almost 3.5 hours.
3 hours and 20 minutes. We haven't done that long for a while.
Getting there. We used to do 4 or 5 hours, but
Oh my!
depending on how many people in chat hang with us, and
Blazer must have found a new website.
oh,
It's so cold. The flashers are just carrying pictures.
yeah, we had the monkey bars in the cement on the playground, and then to make it better, they thought it was a better alternative. We got our monkey bars, the new ones got built, and they had gravel underneath of it.
Mm-hmm.
So before you'd skin your knee up, and you might have a little bit of dirt or something, in your scrape. But now, when you fell off the monkey bars or took a nosedive or whatever, you not only would you get the scrapes, but you get embedded gravel and pea gravel in your under your skin. So yeah, that was a good alternative for the monkey bars.
Ah, somebody's coming
I
close.
know everybody brings it up, but the big giant steel slides that you'd have that would burn your butt.
They don't have any of those anymore.
Yeah, there was one down in Central Park, down by the river for us. I mean, that thing was scary to climb up the stairs all the way. I mean, that thing was high.
It's so cold that I'm not doing anything about my heartburn. My heartburn. Scared to hell. I used to break bones when we fell.
Well, there was a lot of that going on too. We had kids breaking bones on 10 speeds and doing wheelies, and because our city park would go all the way down. It was a big hill on both sides of the swimming pool,
Down to the river.
going down to the river, and kids would try to ride wheelies up the hill, down the hill, or see who could go down the fastest down the hill, then try to slide around because it was a sharp turn. If your brakes didn't work, you're going into the river. And if your brakes did work, you took the chances of like a 10 speed. If you hit the front brakes, you'd flip over the front handlebars and you'd just end up all messed up. Or if you actually were good enough to slide around the corner, chances are you're going to wipe out on the gravel that collects there on the edge. So it was like a no-win situation. So if you survived, I guess you were the champion or the winner.
Tom and Blazer are so much alike. So Tom says, it's so cold, but I didn't even clean the house. I just defrosted it.
Yeah, and of course the 10 speeds at the time when they first came out, they had the metal jagged for to keep traction on your soles of your tennis shoes or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first thing you do is when you spin the pedal, you put your shins right into that metal serrated knife pedal or whatever you want to call it. It just did this tear your shins up and firewater. That's funny. I showed a picture of it a few weeks ago where we used to make the tennis ball cannons out of the steel soda cans. Use lighter fluid and shoot tennis balls up in the air like a cannon. I still remember the kid down the street made one.
Oh.
And he lit it and it didn't go off. And he actually looked in the front of to see why it didn't go off. Instead of looking at the bottom where the lighter fluid is, he looked at the top and the thing went off and shot that tennis ball, hit him right in the middle of the forehead and almost knocked him out. We had to drag him home. I don't think we called his parents. I think we drug him home so he could go lay down and hide. But he had a giant mark on his forehead. It didn't say Spalding from the tennis ball, but he had a great big bruise and a big spot on the top of his forehead.
The dog found the deer.
Oh,
that's what she's barking at.
Is she? Wow.
Yeah.
Sure, there's not something closer to the house.
Well, there might be, but I don't see anything on the other cameras.
Yeah, exhaust burns off the mini bikes pipes. Ugh. I think I've burnt my leg or touched it on every bike I've ever owned, whether it was the Harleys or the enduro bikes or the mini bikes or the Cushman scooters.
Same with my husband.
Sounds like you grew up in my neighborhood.
Girls jumped off the bridge into the Illinois River. You've done some crazy stuff. Swam across the river.
The river seemed to involve a lot of stuff, but that wasn't always the case. Pretty nice. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. And yeah, was it dangerous? Probably, but we never thought about that stuff. And our parents never thought about that stuff because they didn't care.
But we're still alive.
Here we are.
We're still alive.
Yeah, we never wore helmets or pads for skateboarding, sledding, snow, anything.
Especially riding a bike.
Yeah, we never had all that
stuff. These days, you see everybody wearing a bike helmet when they're riding a bike. I'm like, heck no, we didn't.
Well, you guys probably aren't going to get the reference to this, but we had a giant hill out in the country called Hanks Hill. And it's the steepest incline for a hill that we have, other than the ones that I was talking about next to the swimming pool. So me and my best friend or one of my friends, we would take our skateboards out in the country, that hill, and it's harvest time. So the grain trucks would be going up the hill. And so we'd hop on our boards and grab a hold of the bumpers and get towed up that giant hill. And then we'd get on our skateboards and go right back down that hill. And you were going fast and the front end would be going stuff crazy. And if you were lucky enough and get all the way down the hill, which we did, I mean, we got good. We were able to go down the hill, but to get to that point, you had to be lucky enough to get to the side of the road to dive off your board before you actually lost control on the road, or you got too close to the edge and hit all the gravel, which would stick on your make your skateboard wheel stop in an instant. You go flying off the front of it. But you always wanted to stay, that sweet spot was close enough to the side of the road where you can go off in the ditch and the weeds and the brush, or you ended up eating pavement.
No major wipeouts?
Oh, there was all kinds of them. Like I said, it took us a long time to get to that point, but eventually we were good enough where we had our wheels and our chocks set up just right and the right wheels, and was able to cruise down and go over some rocks and some light gravel. But yeah, it was fun. I don't know how many times riding no-handed and raise your hands or do whatever stupid stuff, and the front wheel would start doing this, and you go, uh-oh. You knew that wheel was going to turn sideways and you were going for a ride. I don't know. I don't know which is the craziest thing we ever did. I don't know. They're all about the same equal stupidity.
You guys had all kinds of fun.
Oh, whether it was the BB gun wars or
oh my gosh. Cute, Tom.
at one point in time, my best friend collected the mercury out of the thermometers. Whenever they'd break, they'd save the mercury in a jar.
What?
And I don't know, I probably have mercury poisoning. I don't know. But we would take a little bit of it, get it out of there and put it in our hand. And you roll it around, it'd ball up, and it just travel all over your palm, the nice little silver liquidy ball, and then you just plop it back into the jar. And I mean, we probably had a half a jar, mason jar full of mercury. So I don't know how we didn't get mercury poison, or maybe I do. I don't know. Still got the lead in my finger from grade school from the lead pencils.
And we're still alive.
Still see the black mark from the graphite
and we're still alive. And we drank out of garden hoses.
Yeah. Between the iodine and what was the other stuff called? Iodine and there was another name for that orange crap that they'd put on your cuts to clean them out. Oh, I can't think of it. Iodine, or is another big name for one. It would burn and sting like hell. I think that was worse than the cut or the scrape that you.
Is that what Blazer was saying?
It was called Bactine spray.
Oh, the Bactine. I do remember the Bactine.
Bactine and then iodine when we were kids.
Raised on a garden hose and neglected.
We weren't neglected, though. I mean, I wasn't. Mom never forced us out of the house. I mean, yeah, once in a while she'd say, "Why don't you kids go out and play or whatever?" But we wanted to go outside. Because that's where the adventure was. It wasn't in the house when we were growing up. It was outside, man. We could go out and go into the woods or the trees or on the motorcycle the motorbike trails that we made for our mini bikes, and we could go over across the town and have a bunch of kids at the city park and play football or wiffle ball or baseball anytime we wanted. And if we showed up at home for lunch, that was fine. If we didn't, no big deal. We just need to be home by dark, like everybody talked about. Then half the time we got to eat and then go back out after dark and play out in the yard and play tag and witches are out tonight or whatever stupid game we'd play. Heck, we even had a pole light out on the basketball court, so we were out there playing round the world and horse and all that stuff, probably way late in the night.
You pronounce that?
Metronome?
Metronome?
Mercurochrome. Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah, but you guys lived in the city. We lived out in the country, so my brother and I collected June bugs and had June bug races with yardsticks.
Well, I mean, we had
to come up with our own little.
There was lots of days where kids were sick or they weren't around or they were doing family stuff. So you didn't. There was days you didn't have your friends or buddies, so you stayed at home and burned ants with magnifying glasses. And
I do remember Tom and I don't know how the thermometer broke and it was in Tom's bedroom, and I remember Tom and I getting paper and trying to pick it up and mess with it. I'm not supposed to touch it. Tom must have broke the thermometer. Uh-oh, echo again.
I got an echo? I don't hear it.
Laser said.
Oh, I don't hear it, but maybe it's there. Yep, there it is. I do hear it.
Mercury was a blast to play with. Just from Garrel. Yeah, I don't ever echo. It's always yours.
I don't know. It's something with this. Maybe I'm using up too much resources on this computer. I do have a lot of pictures and crap I never used to have on here, but I'm storing on the computer. So maybe I need to move them to the external hard drive or.
Yeah, but why does it disappear after a few minutes?
I don't know.
That's what's weird.
Are you trying to methylate from Firewater? I remember methylatum, Vicks methylate, get that smeared all over your chest and up in your nose and on your forehead and cheekbones. Mustard packs when you went to grandma's. When you were sick or not feeling good, you got a mustard pack and horseradish, and you got a hot iron wrapped in some towels fresh off the stove and shoved it underneath your blankets to stay warm in the winter over at grandma's.
We had hot water bottles.
Well, my mom had hot water bottles, but when you stayed at grandma's, you got the hot iron that was been on the stove for however long and wrapped in a towel and shoved underneath the blankets next to your feet or wherever you're aching. Or
I remember snuggling with the hot water bottle. Methylate.
I don't think I know that one. I remember methylatum, but I think I've only had cod liver oil once in my life, maybe twice. I don't know. That would have been out at grandma's or out on the farm again.
I think we all need to go back to the old-fashioned remedies.
Well, if you look online enough, you see the peroxide, all the stuff peroxide does, cod liver oil, and
methylatum like Vicks.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's probably jars of it still around.
This is my little lifesaver. Go get one of those little Vicks inhalers. These things last forever. It helps me when I can't breathe. So, yep, good old-fashioned Vicks inhaler does the trick. Yeah, I remember rubbing the Vicks all over your chest.
Yep.
All over your feet.
They put mentholatum and all that stuff and everything. You'd have the boiling water and they'd add it to it. So
the Vicks vaporizer thing that you'd have.
Yeah, so you get the vaporizer going. But I mean, they'd always have you put the towel over it, and you'd sit there and just get nothing but that hot steam going up in your sinuses and in your mouth when you breathe.
See, they don't even suggest these little big giant Vicks vaporizer things and stuff like that anymore.
Castor oil, yep, just like Firewater said, castor oil is another big thing that you can find all kinds of stuff where they say it cures it on the internet. Castor oil, and they don't have it anymore, or they do have it, but Nobody uses it like they used to.
And we do the oil of oregano, just
Yep.
one drop though, but you have to mix it with all kinds of other stuff because that burns. But yeah, that
Well, they got the oil of oregano pills now. That's a gel cap that you can take internally, and it's supposed to do a lot of stuff.
see
So
Tom
you
still
don't.
uses Vicks on his chest and under his nose.
Yep. Every once in a while, depending on what lymph node or whatever they thought was messed up, they'd coat underneath of your arms right here by your chest or your chest muscle. And those mustard packs, so I didn't really like those mustard packs. They felt good because they're nice and warm, and but man, were they hard to once they dried. And of course, when we were kids, we didn't really have chest hair to worry about, but my gosh.
And Blazer uses cayenne pepper.
My mom, as far as I ever knew, she was always doing mentholatum up her nose and or underneath on her lip a little bit and up in and underneath on her cheekbones. And she lived till 95, so 96. So
Leave it to Blazer to say something like that.
that's funny. Yep, cayenne pepper.
Tom too. Oh my. I'm weak. I'm heading outside for a cigarette.
There you go. Nothing wrong with a smoke break. Oh, we used to go out. We used to go outside or the garage or
Yeah, we used to do the sunroom or the bathroom. Now we just smoke in the house.
it's just us, and we smoke these little flavored cigars that have a good aroma. I'm not saying our house doesn't smell like smoke to people who don't smoke, but to us and our kids never say nothing about the smoke smell or
What? One kid complained a couple months ago.
well,
Scolding us like we're little children.
thanks, Patty.
Did you really do that, Tom? Was that a joke?
Brushing my teeth with Bengay. Or were you that messed up? You thought the Bengay was your toothpaste?
He was, yep. Was that SIU days?
I mean, Bengay, man, that's the worst. I remember being in track and back in grade school when everybody had the bright idea to start using Bengay, for muscle pains, and then you'd wrap a saran wrap or the saran wrap, the plastic wrap around your legs. It's like, oh my gosh, a lot of kids got burns from the heat from being trapped so long. They didn't tell us that part about you should take it off every once in a while or after so long. The ranch dip pods fit in the coffee maker.
Ranch coffee in the morning.
Coffee makers are good though. You can cook your pasta in the coffee. Just run the hot water and have your pasta in the coffee So there you go. It's all kinds of stuff. Either you do it in college or you're poor and young and
Firewater just switched to cigars.
oh,
Ranch instead of coffee.
yeah, that'd be awakening. Have a nice hot cup of ranch or garlic. I imagine like Papa John's garlic pods would probably fit in it.
That'd wake you up fast.
Garlic butter. Tom.
Well, the story I remember is, yeah, our dad did that in the Navy and burnt their butts.
All kinds of kids burnt their butts doing that. All kinds of kids did that.
Hey, very good, Clay. He's down to 2 cigarettes a day.
Nice.
Yeah,
Awesome.
when I quit, I finally got down to like a half, and then I'd smoke that other half, later. And we did quit for quite a few years. And then we
Yeah.
just started up with our cigars.
I mean, when I was at work, I'd go 2 hours, obviously, or sometimes 4 hours without smoking. Then I went 8 hours without smoking. I go 8 hours at night or whatever when I'm sleeping and I don't get up to smoke. So technically, I think I could just quit cold turkey, but it's probably more of a mental thing.
You see
Great
Oh my gosh.
balls of fire.
I smoked CBD for 3 weeks when I quit.
I quit cold turkey and you'd always go back to it or whatever, depending on what your state is or whatever. But I found it once you got past that 6 or 7 days of going through torture, if you had those cravings or whatever, then it was like smooth sailing after the 7th day.
That's why I cut back. It was easier. I just cut back and did like a half in the morning, half at night, and then I just
But
finally quit.
that Chantix I thought was the best. I thought that was great, but you guys said you didn't enjoy me on Chantix, but I loved it. I thought that was the easiest way to quit.
Clay says he used Chantix. I used Wellbutrin when I quit.
You did. I did Wellbutrin, but it didn't do nothing for me. It did.
Yeah, Wellbutrin worked for me.
So that's when the doc subscribed me Chantix, and that worked. I mean, it did exactly what it said it was going to do.
And I just cut back and finally quit for quite a few years. Yeah, morning smoke with the coffee.
I don't know. There'll be a lot of times I'll dump the ashtray and leave it out in the kitchen, and I don't even realize I haven't smoked all that time. And you go, "Hey, here's your ashtray." Then I'd start smoking. So I don't know. I enjoy it, but it's probably eventually I'll probably end up quitting again. And
Yeah, Firewater said Wellbutrin worked for her too.
I'm sure it's like everything. I mean, some people can do the gum or the nicotine patch, or Wellbutrin works for some people, and Chantix works great for other people. So it's probably all about you as an individual person where it works best. And some people, like I said, my best friend would come down from out of state and he would smoke all weekend with us. Every time we're together, we're out eating pizza, playing video games, hanging out at somebody's house, drinking, whatever. He would smoke like no tomorrow. I mean, we would go through, I don't know how many packs over a weekend. Then he'd take off the rest of the week, go back to his normal life and not even crave a smoke or have one ever. So we're probably a bad influence sitting here smoking in front of everybody while we do our show.
We just do it on the night owl. We don't smoke on our regular shows. We just do it in the Night Owl Lounge.
I know.
Well, shoot, look what you geezer geeks do on your shows.
I don't do it.
That's true.
It's not me. It's the other partakers that one in particular.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah. That seems like he's a little
Jim likes his smoke.
over the limit by the time we're done with our show.
So at least we're not doing that. We smoke a lot of herbs.
He said, my best friend, though, said the worst part about coming from Iowa to Henry was the drive here because he knew he was going to get a cigarette or have a cigarette as soon as he got to Henry. Because all of us that hung out smoked Marlboro Reds or whatever, and somebody always had cigarettes. So that was the worst, driving from Davenport, Iowa, all the way to our town and
Bye, Buck.
thinking about that smoke. But during the week, he said he was fine. Never craved it. Never thought about it. Never nothing.
The dwarf takes blunt breaks. That's probably what he's doing now. Aren't you, Brown Dwarf? You still hanging out? Doing 420 and listening to our show?
He probably fell asleep on us.
He better not. He's supposed to go live. He's supposed to go live.
Yeah, but you get all nice and warm and cozy and partaking a little bit, and it's like, that's all it did. Every time I ever did that was eventually just made me tired.
What, weed?
Yeah, that's right. I'd get hungry, the munchies, and we'd have our pizza. We'd go down to Italian Joe, get our pizza, and sit there. And then by the time I got home, man, I was so tired, I just went straight to sleep.
That's when weed gave you munchies. Weed doesn't give you munchies these days. Oh my gosh. Too much time on my hands.
Too much time on my hands. That's a good song.
Yeah, it is. Newbie goes, geez. I smoke Black and Milds and trees at night. You smoke trees at night?
Welcome in, Monisha. I haven't seen you. Did you just pop in, or you just been listening?
I think Monisha did just pop in. Welcome in, Monisha. Sounds like us. We've behaved ourselves raising kids, and the last one left, we started smoking cigars again. Trying to make a good example while you're raising the kids.
I don't think I've ever heard the term trees, so I'm not familiar with trees
as well. I've never heard that term.
Well, thanks for popping in. Say hi, Monisha.
How do you smoke trees? I know it's weed, but trees?
I mean, I know we made bowls out of apples and oranges and all kinds of crap. I don't know about
you made a bowl out of an apple?
Huh?
You made a bowl out of an apple?
Yeah, we used to make little bongs or little bowls out of apples.
It's a newer term to say weed. Oh.
Ah, okay. That's probably why I don't know it. I'm not up on all the hip stuff anymore.
I guess I smoked trees and didn't know it.
Unless I happened to run across it on the internet or TikTok or somebody else talking about it.
You see that one?
Yeah, just for the halibut. There was another documental song, Kipadana used to do Wet Dreams, and it talked about him being in a car underwater, traveling, and he said my car started acting funny, and I pulled into a Shell station. So all the terms in the whole song was obviously aquatic, Shell station, fish, all that stuff. Pulled into the Shell station, and he told me I blew a seal. I said, "Hey, buddy, leave my private light out of it and just fix the car, will you?" Kipadana, Wet Dreams. Look up that song. I'm assuming you can still find it.
Oh my gosh, now we got Tom going. I'll just leave.
Act like a tree and just leaf.
Stop calling it that.
Oh, it's not dope anymore, huh?
Yeah, that's true. You don't hear people say I smoke dope. Yeah, you don't hear the term dope.
Oh, that's because they know their parents know what that term is. So it's like all those secret little words that they come up with in their little language, so they know what they're talking about. But us oldies, us geezers, don't know what they're saying.
So now they say I'm going to go outside and smoke a tree, and the parents are going to go, "What?"
Like dwarf and firewater and clay and all the people are probably up. Blazer are probably all up on the terms. They know what everything is.
Clay said dope is now the harder drugs like heroin.
Well, yeah, it was a multiple use term. When you said dope, it doesn't necessarily mean weed. It could have been anything back in the day.
Yeah, that term means something else. Huh.
Of course, we'd always say, that's dope. Like that's a good thing. That's cool. Man, that's dope.
Dope is laced weed. Wow. Isn't it weird how we change names of things? Tom says, I guess I'm just barking up the wrong tree.
I mean, when I grew up, dope was weed, but
Right.
I know later in news articles and news reports on TV, they called dope. When they said dope, it was usually heroin or the harder stuff, or they kind of grouped it all together.
Must be a dogwood. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can call somebody a dope, like Clay's saying, just another English word. You're a dope, meaning you're not very bright or did something dumb or what, however you want to describe it. Or like I said, when I was growing up, you could say, man, that's cool. Or a lot of kids would say, man, that's dope. Like it's a good thing.
Oh, wasn't cigarettes fags?
We never called them fags. Never.
That was, I guess, before our day. They were called.
No, I know in the UK and over in Wales and all those places, they still call them fags.
They do?
Yeah, that's still a modern term for them for smokes. We always call them cigs or cigarettes or the normal stuff or
Cancer sticks, coffin nails.
That's more of a John Wayne reference than anything. No, we never called it that until that story about John Wayne came out. But
so did we get the term fags from the British?
I guess I never nobody that I ever knew called them that.
Or is it more back in like the 1930s and 40s when they called them fags?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's dope is a good thing. Being called a dope is a bad thing.
Or give me a square. I think they call it.
Give me a square. Never heard of that.
I think that's. I might be mixing up the terminology, but I thought it was a square. Or maybe that was LSD. I don't know. That could
Yeah,
have been maybe a square. Maybe a square was acid.
Yeah, I think acid was a little square.
I know, but I don't know if that. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Clay says he remembers a square being
All
a
right.
cigarette.
I thought that was right, but then
Hmm.
I started thinking about it, and I was thinking the same thing as you. Of course, it's usually stamps. They used to call them stamps or a quad for LSD and acid.
I don't think I've
Or
ever heard of square.
pronouns.
Okay, Monisha said her big brother called cigarette squares.
Yeah.
Clay said they used to call LSD a dose.
Yeah, dose.
And now mushrooms are called microdose.
I remember a stamp, you know. Oh yeah, sugar cubes. I mean, there's all those you know, where the black beauties and for your uppers and
Oh,
angel dust and
we need to ask Mr. B this.
what's that?
I learned you don't give a peace sign to owsies. It means something different there.
Oh, I don't know. I think I've heard that. I mean, I think I've done that on the show for Geezer Geeks, and I don't think he's ever said nothing. I've said peace out. And
LSD was popular in the 80s in Salt Lake, thanks to my friends.
Oh.
Mm. Jeez. Thousands at a time.
Yeah, I mean they were micro, and you had dots, and you had all. I mean, there were not only were they the stamps that you'd put on your tongue, but they would have the dots. And
One thing I never tried was LSD.
me either. Actually, I never did anything worse than hash, if you consider hash bad.
No, hash is just a strong lead.
I mean, to me, hash was stronger and
Yeah, hash was stronger.
the next step up from weed. But no, I never got into the coke or heroin or any of that other stuff. I know people that did, but I knew people that could never quit doing marijuana, and marijuana never had that effect on me. I could take it or leave it. It never affected me that way. Well, same thing with alcohol.
Shrooms.
Alcohol was like that to me. I could drink or not drink. It didn't matter one way or another to me.
Good old fashioned hash. I was a wild child.
A wild child, I bet.
And shrooms. Yeah, I've tried shrooms. Where's Brown Dwarf? Wow, 2004.
Well, I'm glad you got there, Clay.
Yep.
But no, I knew people that I grew up with that had to have a smoker or the pot, you know. But a lot of people I hung out with never had that problem. But I mean, I don't know whether we grew out of it or just didn't affect us that way. But But they acted like they couldn't survive the day without having a bowl or a joint or. So as far as being a gateway drug, that those couple of people that I knew, they never gatewayed anything. They were just there. Weed was all it was all the time.
Weed was so much better back then. Ooh, pick mushrooms at the coast.
Wow, nice. Yeah, I bet beach parties were fun.
This is another joke.
Back in the 60s and 70s, I bet beach parties were fun, man.
I bought shoes from a drug dealer once. I don't know where he laced them all day. Clay said he's.
I can't say that none of the stuff that I bought in high school or after high school ever had anything mixed in or was laced. I don't know.
And Clay, that's why I do it. I had fibromyalgia so bad, I tried turmeric and tried all these remedies, refused to go to a doctor for pain meds, started smoking weed 8 years ago, and I have been pain-free. So I do it mainly for medicine, for pain. You can smoke so much of it, you don't get high these days. Not like the old days. But yes, I do for pain.
I gotta say though that vape that you bought and I tried it that one time.
Oh, the little vape thingy. Yeah.
I took a hit off of it and I felt nothing, and I took another hit and felt nothing. A little while later, I think I was 4 or 5 hits in, and then all of a sudden it's like boom.
I didn't know you did that.
I couldn't even get out of my chair.
You didn't tell me that.
I tried to get up. I couldn't walk.
Oh my.
So the whatever was in that, I think it was lemon.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Some of those vapes were actually live resin.
Well, it's probably whatever I got. I don't know. But it was like all of a sudden it was just instant. Because it was like I got the dry mouth, and I got just like the dry mouth and everything was just I don't know, euphoric, and I was numb.
Oh my, you didn't tell me that. Yeah, I do gummies also, Clay. But I like smoking.
A lot of people make their own gummies.
You can go to any vape shop in the areas. I don't know about your state, but around here you can get a THCA weed. You can get vape. I mean, you can get all kinds of stuff. Concentrate. They say they can sell it legally without being a dispensary.
Well, I think once they open up the door, and then a lot of people don't want to regulate or check or worry about it anymore. They, if you're under the influence when they pull you over, but as far as going for raids anymore or inspections or any of that stuff, I don't think they give a crap.
Well, it's because they found out if you say it's THCA, you can sell it legally.
I know, but I'm just saying, even the other stuff, I don't think they really have big, at least that I've heard of in our area, they don't really have the undercover police and the raids on people's houses and that you'd hear about back in the day. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Moline. Yeah, I've been finding out just going into smoke shop, vape shop. They've got gummies. They've got mushroom gummies. They've got pretty much everything. And the THCA is just something that they're saying. that you have to heat it up or whatever. But once you heat it up, you got the THC or something like that. Dragonfly.
Hi, Dragonfly.
So yeah, you don't even have to go to the street anymore. Just go into a vape shop, get gummies or anything you want, with no dispensary tax.
Yeah, you don't have to pay the state tax. At least here in Illinois, you don't. I mean, you still pay tax, but you don't pay the high tax for medical marijuana or any of that other stuff. Or recreational, I should say. The recreational tax is the highest.
Oh, the dispensary is ridiculous. Pharmaceutical, yeah, pharmaceutical drugs are drugs that scare the hell out of me.
And that's weird, with the amount of times I was subscribed to Mike or Vicodin and all that other stuff for like my neck before I had my surgery and back pain and all that stuff. I always took it when I had pain, and when I didn't have pain, I was able just to stop. So I never had that wanting to continue to get high or any of that stuff after that. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that I am or the way I'm built or my body or whatever. But I mean, I could have seen how easily it would have been to continue.
I don't trust man-made medicine for probably 24, 25 years now. I go the holistic, natural route. Places that I helped vote Oregon to be legalized. I don't like pills. Actually, we're not on any prescriptions.
No, nothing.
Oh, because we don't go to a doctor. I once got. Oh, Tom, that's a good one.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I would stay away from painkillers. Just smoke a bunch of weed. Smoke a tree. Smoke a forest.
Smoke a forest. Wow.
Smoke a forest.
So is any amount called a tree, or is it just a joint, or what's it called when you load a bowl or a bong, or is that a forest? Is that a national park? What is it? Maybe it's a forest preserve.
Hug a weed. Hug a weed. I'm a weed hugger. Oh, that's funny. Oh my.
Oh man.
You guys come up with the crazy jokes. They have liquid Viagra.
Well, wasn't it Viagra that got outlawed in the Olympics? Because the athletes were taking Viagra to open up your airways and passages, nasal passages, and your bronchial tubes, because they can absorb or take in oxygen because of the pill.
I don't think I heard that.
I think so. I think it was outlawed or banned in the Olympics. Is where it started. Then they actually started testing for it.
Oh, wow. Firewater. Well, our friend Chastity,
I was going to say she had to go on Chastity's show.
our friend Chastity is unveiling addiction for her YouTube channel. Blazer, you can probably find Chastity's YouTube. She talks about this, you know,
She likes people to come on and tell their stories about what
yep,
they went through, and whether you're successful or not successful on getting yourself clean. It's a place to share, and it's a friendly place for people to tell their stories and what they went through and have a support. So it's a great channel, and Chastity has her own battles that she's dealt with, and
yep. It's so addicting and big pharma. So yeah, she started YouTube and she's talking about her addiction and how to get clean and have her friends and other people that she knows, they come on and share their testimony, what these doctors put them on, and how you can just go into a doctor's office and just say, I want something. They'll just write things out for you. Yeah, she's got some good shows on some of the big pharma addictions and how to get off of it. And Blazer, you can find her channel, let me know. I'll find it.
Well,
but yeah, Firewater, you got to go check out Chastity's channel. Who? Unveiling addiction. Hey, I'll find it.
Only if you want to check it out or whatever. We're not suggesting. Oh, very good, Firewater. I mean, I've never been addicted or anything other than RC cola, I guess, or cigarettes. I don't know, but so I don't know what it's like. Or like I said, I've taken pharmaceuticals, painkillers, and all that stuff for surgeries or accidents or whatever in my time, and so I've never experienced and never been able to get off of them or just quit them. When the pain stopped, I stopped. So I don't know, but I like listening to people's stories that are struggling or have went through it, and what the doctors did to them, and what they prescribed, and why they why would you prescribe this for something that's worse than what the initial thing was that you started on.
And Clay, I've mentioned many times, I am blessed with a husband that understands that I've tried so many different natural things like turmeric and stuff that he's allowed me to smoke weed for the last 8 years for my pain.
Well, I don't know if it's allowed. I
mean, you don't say.
It's not like you have to have my permission to.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
No,
like
I'm accepted. I've accepted it, and I don't have a problem with it. Never have.
I'm glad for that.
I mean, I get it.
I finally got paid.
It's not like I have to say yes or no to what you do.
Well, when it was illegal and I was buying it off the streets, yeah.
It did possibly create or could have created some problems, even though I don't partake in it, or so that could have been a problem, but it never came to that. Or
no, it's medicine. Because of it, I'm pain free, so I support it. I just wish it was as good as back in the 70s and 80s.
Monk fruit. Wow.
Tom said I've had morphine for an emergency room 3 times in my life, and it was wonderful. All the other painkillers don't do much for me.
I've had morphine, and the one time that I was in so much pain, I could click that button till the roosters came home or the cows came home, and it did nothing.
Oh, wow. Really?
When I was having you were there when I was having my neck surgery.
Yeah.
When I was in there and I was clicking that button as fast as I could, and it did not take the edge off whatsoever. That pinched nerve and that pain and that squash disc was horrible. But then after my surgery, I woke up and it's like, holy cow, I can't believe how good I felt. It's like I'd never felt that good for a long time.
Blazer said morphine gives him nightmares.
Oh. Take some morphine, put on some diazine glasses or goggles.
I keep talking like this, I'm gonna have to light up.
I don't know. I'm ready. I'm ready to go get a snack or something.
I know. And it is 2:20, so Brown Dwarf should be popping on here.
Oh, he doesn't come on until 2:40. You know that.
Yeah, he hasn't been in chat for a while.
4:20.
He's 4:20. Yeah, he's smoking it up before the show.
Morphine and then DMT. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
That'd be a trip.
That would be an oh my.
All right, everybody. We'll go a few more minutes and then we're gonna call her a night. 4.5 hours we're gonna go to.
Wow.
So we did good again tonight. We're slowly getting longer and longer. I don't know if that's good or not, but we're hanging out, having fun, and like I said, if you got nothing better to do, join us. We start at 10 p.m. Central, so whatever time zone you're in, that's where we're at. If you have nothing better to do, or listen to somebody else's podcast that might be more interesting than the Night Owl Lounge and just hanging out, we understand. But we're here, like to talk, like to share tidbits here and there, and whatever happens. Wherever we go, that's where we go, and it's always fun. At least it's fun to us. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. It seemed like you have.
Yeah, it was fun hanging out with my brother tonight. It's great seeing you too, Tom. And Blazer said he's going to take a laxative and some weed for some shits and giggles.
Oh my
gosh. I used to do a 6-hour stream every Friday. Was that on the conspiracy music one? Had over 300 live streams. Wow.
Wow. I know we were at one time doing 4 or 5 hours and on a consistent basis on Wednesday nights. Then we took a break. Then it was a hard time getting back up. I don't know what the deal was. You'd think it'd be just like jumping in the saddle again, but now we're slowly getting up to 3, 4.
No, we're up so late. Like I said, I sleep till noon, 1, sometimes 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Blake just says, great to meet you, fellow Montana person.
So Firewire, if you're still up, go hang out in our 24-hour stream. There's some people that pop in there after SOR and everybody's over and they hang out in there and chat for a while. And
that is true.
Or you can just watch the animals or the snow or whatever. If we have it on the goats or chickens or whatever.
Or wait till Dwarfy comes on here in a few minutes.
Dwarf should be coming on, hopefully, unless he falls asleep or something else happens. And
I know I haven't seen him in chat for a while. Benadryl makes me itch.
Or just do like I do, go up the top of YouTube and hit live and see who's actually live. It could be a gambling channel, it could be a Dogman channel, it could be UFO channel, it could be somebody playing music.
Hi, Gemini. Yeah, we're Gemini. Still on. We're just now slowly trying to get off. And Gemini now popped in.
We're at the end of the song and getting ready to say goodnight.
I'm going to smoke some good stuff, and Carol's gonna get a snack.
Oh, yeah, your meatloaf.
Remember, don't
I just saw
don't
a
let
thing
your
on
meatloaf.
Meatloaf today. I just saw him on about him on a show.
Really good old meatloaf. I had that on 8-track.
I still got the CDs or something upstairs somewhere. Of course, I think I got all my music on MP3s downloaded on a hard drive somewhere too. Probably
Smoke some for me.
close to 3 or 4,000 songs somewhere. Back in the good old Napster day. And all right, everybody, we love you. Thank you for coming. It's been fun tonight. We enjoyed it tremendously. We love you guys coming in, hanging out with all your jokes and all our memories and reminding us of stuff and childhood fun. And it's still not working. Ha ha ha.
It's still not working.
You probably need to restart the computer.
That might be. Yeah, my little
Or maybe I'll have to check. Maybe there's a little toggle switch up there that you have to. There you go.
Yay, there it
Now
is.
you got it.
And I didn't freeze up either. So can I do the heart? Come on, see the heart. Yay. And I didn't freeze either. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
When you donate to Jessica, I like to say it's for plant medicine.
Plant medicine research.
There you go. Well, we're just in time. I just heard the dog bark, so something's going on upstairs. So
Something must be outside. Oh.
I think it's on the front porch. I think she just jumped up on the couch.
Yeah, I don't see. If there's anything on the front porch, it's probably the yellow guy, the yellow cat.
Oh, I don't
I
know.
don't see a possum or anything.
Maybe she was barking at a cat. Maybe a cat was bothering her.
So,
All right.
love you
guys.
all.
Thank you for coming. Please check us out. Hopefully Saturday night we might be on Geezer Geeks. And definitely Sunday on our show, we'll have a Bigfoot Dwarf and a Latchkey Hustle. We're going to be talking about drones, UFOs, whether it's dealing with the LA fire footages or New Jersey or over Chicago. You just never know. And then Monday night, I'll be on Dennis Carroll's Hunting the Shadow, The Road Less Traveled with my friend Dr. Dennis Carroll. And tomorrow I am pre-recording with a good friend, Dr. John Stammy. And we're going to be on Scary Cast. We're going to be talking about frequencies and vibrations and light and all the connections between pipe organs and stained glass windows and singing bowls and
oh my
temples and cathedrals and church bells and city bells and why they got taken away. So we're going down that rabbit hole. So
that'll be good.
Look forward to that on Scary Cast. And if I can, I'll get the audio and I'll put it on our channel also.
Oh,
definitely on Scary Cast.
All right.
So having said that, we love you guys. I'm going to do the piece. So I hope you're not Australian. So I love you guys. Love and peace. Keep looking up. And we'll catch you next time.
Good night. Keep
Good night.
your vibrations high.